Chapter 9:13, Qi's departure B0's Unwilling. The family had made all the necessary preparations for Qi's departure. Xiao Yunduan took some time to read the letter from the Xie family, while Qiao Xian handed him 10,000 liang, instructing him to keep it safe and deposit it in the local bank as soon as possible. Qi expressed her gratitude and eagerly anticipated what the future held. However, as the time for her departure approached, she couldn't help but feel reluctant to leave home. Miss Fang, on the other hand, became even more distressed when Qi was away. She grew absent-minded and sighed frequently. Yet, she concealed her emotions well in front of Qi, showing no signs of her inner turmoil. It wasn't until the day of their departure that Miss Fang finally couldn't hold back her tears, embracing Qi tightly. In turn, Qi burst into tears as well. Xiao Yunduan, Xiao Sanlang, and Xiao Xian stepped forward, attempting to console Miss Fang. Yang Xiaoni and Xiao Xian provided support as well. Qi performed 3 kowtows to her mother and eldest uncle before getting on the donkey cart with Ding Jinshan. Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Sanlang accompanied them to the county city. County Magistrate Qiao remained oblivious to the fact that Xiao Yunduan's brother had been enlisted. The county magistrate showed little concern for the recruitment process, trusting that with enough people and the household registration verified by the Grand Master, he could simply affix the seal and send them to the provincial town. That would complete his duty. Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian chose not to disclose any information to him. She realized that keeping silent was the best course of action. Madame Qiao was known for using manipulative tactics, and engaging in any form of confrontation would only invite trouble. Therefore, Qi chose to refrain from speaking up. Qi seamlessly blended in with the others and was transported to the provincial capital before heading north. In Qi's absence, the atmosphere at home became notably lackluster. It felt as if a vital presence was missing, leaving a void in the household. They used to venture into the mountains regularly to hunt and gather resources, always filled with enthusiasm and joy. However, with Qi gone, the idea of going into the mountains no longer crossed their minds. Even Xiao Xian, with her extraordinary abilities, couldn't find the motivation without Qi's presence. To worsen matters, Ms. Niu, known for her arrogance, took the opportunity to mock them. She approached Ms. Fang with a strange tone, insinuating, "Oh my, Qi will be gone for years once he's enlisted. Your family used to have an abundance of wild animals, but now they're all gone. If one were you, I wouldn't have allowed Qi to leave home." Ms. Fang grew increasingly irritated by her remarks, eventually driving her out of the house. She firmly retorted, "What does my family's affairs have to do with you? You'll never get a share of any wild animals. They were just ordinary people from the clan, why did they care?" Ms. Niu stormed off in anger, feeling humiliated by the encounter. Meanwhile, Ms. Yen chose to keep her distance, knowing it was futile to reason with Ms. Niu. She was well aware of Ms. Niu's personality and understood that engaging with her would only lead to more trouble. It was best to avoid her altogether. The departure of Qi had left a somber mood among the members of the first section of the family. Their frustrations found an outlet in the form of venting their anger at others. A few days later, Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian prepared to leave home and make their way to the capital. If Xiao Yunduan successfully passed the intermediate examination, he intended to return home. While his family might be reluctant to part with him, they would undoubtedly shower him with congratulations. Miss Fang and eldest uncle did their best to comfort Xiao Yunduan, assuring him not to be overly nervous and emphasizing that regardless of the outcome, everyone was eagerly awaiting his return home. Chapter 9:14, Not Hearing B0's Unwilling. The land officer, elder men, and many villagers gathered to bid farewell to Xiao Yunduan, offering their well wishes and blessings. Their hopes were vested in Xiao Yunduan's success in the intermediate examination. Being from the same family and village, his achievements would bring benefits not only to himself but also to the entire community. With an advanced scholar old master and an officer within their ranks, neighboring villages would think twice before bullying their villagers. However, third uncle, though present, remained distant and appeared visibly displeased. His lack of involvement was noticeable. Ms. Ma, who typically enjoyed spectacles, was conspicuously absent, along with Xiao Lulang. Even third uncle's presence seemed solely due to his reputation. The third section of the family was seethed with anger. Xiao Lulang's failure to pass the intermediate examination had fostered resentment toward the first section of the family. He believed they had let him down. Xiao Lulang had undergone a transformation, striving harder than before. Yet, the presence of Xiao Yunduan in the capital still affected him, leading to frequent bouts of irritability and temper tantrums. Third uncle and Ms. Ma were deeply concerned about Xiao Lulang's state. One day, Ms. Ma attempted to console Xiao Lulang, but before she could mention Xiao Yunduan's name, she was abruptly interrupted by his outburst. Xiao Lulang's frustrations reached a boiling point. His emotional turmoil escalated as Xiao Yunduan drew closer to the capital, rendering him unable to control his own emotions. Both third uncle and Ms. Ma were genuinely concerned and fearful for Xiao Lulang's well-being. They tiptoed around any mention of Xiao Yunduan or the first section of the family, as if walking on eggshells. As a result, Xiao Lulang's resentment toward the first section of the family grew even stronger. Additionally, a few days ago, Xiao Meiji and her husband had returned home, proposing a business partnership with the first section of the family. However, the family outright rejected their offer, suspecting them of trying to swindle their money. They were deemed miserly in their response. This incident further fueled Xiao Lulang's animosity. When the entire end was accounted for, it became evident that Ms. Ma and third uncle held a growing aversion toward the first section of the family. Just wait and see. Ms. Ma believed that her hard-working son would eventually surpass Xiao Yunduan in the future. At that point, the Xiao family and Xiao Yunduan would have to fear them. Upon arriving in the county city, Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan made a visit to the Qiao family. County Magistrate Qiao enthusiastically insisted that Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan should stay at the office for the night. Having eaten breakfast at home and bid farewell to their family and villagers, they arrived at a location not far away from the county city, where they would spend the night before continuing their journey to the province. Although County Magistrate Qiao tried his best to persuade them to stay, Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan exchanged a glance and agreed. Since they were on the same side, there was no need to separate men and women during dinner. County Magistrate Qiao was in high spirits at the dinner table, wearing a bright smile as he urged Xiao Yunduan to drink with him and provided him with advice for the journey ahead. He even mentioned that he would write a letter that night and hand it to Xiao Yunduan the next morning. He assured him that upon reaching the capital, he could rely on the Qiao family's support. Xiao Yunduan responded perfunctorily, but in reality, he had no intention of seeking assistance from the Qiao family. He found his father-in-law quite intriguing. If County Magistrate Qiao was genuinely willing to offer the letter, why hadn't he prepared it in advance? Why was he writing it for him that very night? After dinner, County Magistrate Qiao invited Xiao Yunduan to his study, claiming that he would provide more detailed information. However, Madame Qiao stopped Xiao Xian before she could join them. Xiao Yunduan will only have one page boy to assist him while he is in the capital, and that won't be sufficient. Should you assign Li Xia or Li Qiao to accompany him? Chapter 9:15, Unsage B0 Vel. CM, it doesn't matter who accompanies him. It's just a maid who might not be the most refined. The capital is different from other places, and he might become a subject of ridicule. I'm sure you don't want to see him being laughed at, do you? Madame Qiao remarked with concern. Qiao Xian struggled to contain her laughter, finding Madame Qiao's pretentious behavior amusing. I'm sure you must have come up with a brilliant idea for us, right? Madame Qiao felt a twinge of unease as she sneered. Of course, as your elders, it's our duty to make plans for you. She shot a meaningful glance at Qiao Xian. Soon, Auntie Ling appeared with a beautiful 16-year-old girl who possessed a slender waist and delicate shoulders. Greetings, madam, the girl greeted with a soft and seductive voice. Her allure and charm were evident the moment she spoke. Dressed in apricot-colored attire, her slender waist added to her captivating appearance. Qiao Xian understood what was happening. Before Madame Qiao could say anything, Qiao Xian smiled and said, "Are you the maid and concubine that Madame Qiao has prepared for my husband? How thoughtful of you." Madame Qiao wore a proud expression, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. "Since you already understand that so clearly, there's no need for me to say more. This girl is genuinely kind and considerate. You can rest assured that she will serve you well. Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan had deliberately kept their plans of bringing her to the capital a secret from County Magistrate Qiao and Madame Qiao. However, Qiao Xian had no intention of revealing anything yet, so she responded with a smile, "What if I refuse?" Madame Qiao sneered, her voice laced with disdain. "That would mean he is not a good man. Xiao Yunduan treats you well, but you are dissatisfied, aren't you? Yet, he is the provincial champion with a promising future ahead of him. He will have many people vying for his attention. Inxing is insignificant, and you can't bear it anymore, can you? There will come a time when you won't be able to endure it any longer. Compared to other family backgrounds, Inxing is a gift from your mother's side. If we stand together, we should be superior to others. Do you understand what your mother's family can do for you? When a woman gets married and her son grows up to become a successful man, who else can she rely on but her maternal relatives? As long as your mother's family supports you, your husband won't be able to threaten your position, no matter how successful he becomes or how many concubines he takes. Only then can you elevate your status and become an esteemed couple. Otherwise, you'll be disregarded and subjected to torment. Qiao Xian, do you finally understand? Qiao Xian's disdain towards her didn't bother Madame Qiao. She was determined to do so, though Qiao Xian despised her. What you've grasped now, Qiao Xian replied with a smile, doesn't change my decision to disregard your suggestions. Don't waste your efforts. Qiao Xian, you are truly foolish. That's my prerogative, you. Fine then, let's see what befalls you when you face ruin. Qiao Xian smiled in response. We'll see soon enough. Just because you failed doesn't mean others will. You used to suffer, but now you're trying to impose it on me. Madame Qiao, you've crafted a splendid plan. If Inxing is such a fine girl, why don't you take her as a concubine for your daughter's husband once she gets married? Enough. Madame Qiao snapped. Madame Qiao erupted in anger, her gaze fixed on Qiao Xian. How could Qiao Xian be compared to her own daughter? Her daughter shouldn't endure such humiliation. That is not for you to decide. Auntie Ling, bring Inxing to the study of the old master and ensure she serves second miss. Husband diligently. Chapter 9:16, Born be Zeros and Vel. CM Madame Qiao made the order as she was standing in front of her. Okay, Madame Qiao, Auntie Ling responded, her face devoid of emotion. She didn't even spare a glance at Qiao Xian as she led away the captivating Inxing, who exuded an irresistible charm. Inxing observed the heated exchange between Madame Qiao and Qiao Xian, maintaining her composure. She even cast a seductive glance at Qiao Xian, her smile filled with sweetness. Qiao Xian returned her gaze and marveled at Madame Qiao's discerning eye. Where did she discover such a remarkable talent? Inxing possessed an extraordinary mental fortitude. It seemed as though Inxing was destined to be this way, born with these qualities. Madame Qiao must have invested significant effort to acquire such a woman. Madame Qiao also felt a deep sense of satisfaction. She pondered the diverse range of skills possessed by second Mrs. Yuezheng, recognizing that ordinary individuals would struggle to secure someone like Inxing. She firmly believed that a woman like Inxing could easily bring Davan Xiao Yunduan, who had recently received a promotion. Madame Qiao, who had been closely observing Qiao Xian, was taken aback when Auntie Ling whisked Inxing away. She couldn't help but sneer. Elle thought you would try to stop me. Qiao Xian raised her eyebrows. Why should I stop you? True, you can't stop them. Qiao Xian got up. Nothing else, I am going back to my room to take a break. She had the power to intervene if she wished, but she didn't need to. She might not be able to stop her, but her husband certainly could. If her husband couldn't resist such a minor temptation and couldn't resolve this trivial issue, then she had little hope for him. The path ahead was long, and this was just the beginning. Madame Qiao stared at her and spoke coldly, I will arrange for someone to escort you back to your room. Rest well and refrain from causing any trouble. Qiao Xian chuckled. I'm flattered that you're so afraid of me. Madame Qiao glared. If you don't know how to speak, then it's best to stay silent. It was no wonder Madame Qiao held such disdain for Qiao Xian. Qiao Xian retreated to her room and awaited Xiao Yunduan's return. She had confidence in herself and in Xiao Yunduan, but she still felt a twinge of worry and unease. What if? Li Qiao and Li Xia exchanged worried glances. Young madam, what if I go out and check on the study? Li Xia suggested. Qiao Xian turned to Li Xia and smiled. And what if you stumble upon something you shouldn't? Well, Li Xia hesitated, feeling a sense of panic. Indeed, what would happen? She was just a maid, with no control over the actions of the household's master. Young madam, I have faith in Fifth Master. He treats you so well. Yinxing is not a good person. Fifth Master will surely ignore her. True. Li Qiao and Li Xia chimed in, attempting to console Qiao Xian. During moments of anxiety, words of comfort provided solace. Even if they knew it wasn't entirely practical, it still brought a sense of warmth and reassurance to their hearts. Qiao Xian felt a slight sense of relief, her smile returning. Yes, you're right. My husband will never disappoint me. It's getting late now, you can go and rest. Chapter 9:17, Stunning World B0s and Vel. CM Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian were never required to be on night duty. Normally, Li Xia and Li Qiao would have already retired to their rooms for a break at this hour. The two maids exchanged a glance, unsure of what to do. Qiao Xian chuckled. Just go, I'll wait for my husband. Her tone dripped with disdain. With nothing to discuss or attend to in Xiao Yunduan's absence, what was the point of staying there? Li Xia and Li Qiao smiled and departed. As the night wore on, Qiao Xian sat quietly under the soft glow of the light, eagerly awaiting Xiao Yunduan's return and the future they envisioned together. That was the sight that greeted Xiao Yunduan as he pushed open the door. In the dim, yellow light, there sat a woman radiating grace and tenderness. She turned at the sound of his entrance, an immediate smile gracing her face. Her pale complexion seemed to glow, and her eyes sparkled with brightness. She rose to her feet, her waist slender and her eyes shimmering. Like a peony blossoming under the moon, she exuded elegance. Xiao Yunduan stood awestruck by the scene before him. Darling. Xiao Yunduan's heart melted, and he rushed forward, stumbling slightly. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol to ensure his father-in-law got drunk, he was now feeling a bit intoxicated. Qiao Xian's spirits lifted upon seeing him finally return. She had not been mistaken about him. But upon closer inspection, this man appeared far from normal, tongue-tied and stumbling. He resembled a man under the influence. Qiao Xian greeted him and assisted him in getting up, immediately detecting the strong scent of alcohol, which she didn't particularly appreciate. Nevertheless, a surge of happiness filled her heart. Guiding him to a seat, she asked, "How much have you had to drink? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" "No, I'm fine." Xiao Yunduan replied, seated on the couch and leaning against her. He smiled and said, "Officer Qiao drank even more." Qiao Xian couldn't help but laugh and sigh simultaneously. "Let's not talk about him. I'll get you some water. Drink some water and let's go to bed. We can talk in the morning." "Okay," Xiao Yunduan mumbled, still relying on Qiao Xian for support. He seemed quite intoxicated. He had been struggling to stay awake, but upon seeing his wife, his vigilance waned, and he gradually succumbed to the effects of the alcohol. Qiao Xian guided him to the bed. "Darling, wake up. Let me help you lie down." Xiao Yunduan nodded drowsily, briefly opened his eyes to glance at Xiao Xian, then lowered his head, allowing her to guide him forward. Once he was lying down, he grasped onto Qiao Xian's hands and muttered, "Darling, I didn't pay any attention to that woman." "I didn't do anything to betray you." Qiao Xian's heart melted, and she couldn't help but break into a bright smile. "Really? That woman is so beautiful. You don't find her appealing?" "Darling, beautiful. I like," he trailed off, closing his eyes, his breathing deep and steady. It was evident he had fallen asleep. Looking at him, Qiao Xian couldn't contain her laughter. She playfully pinched his cheek. It was incredibly easy to pinch. Her heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively glanced around before leaning down and planting a quick kiss on his cheek. Chapter 9:18, Sleepy Zeros and Vel. Qiao Xian's heart skipped a beat, her cheeks flushing with warmth. She couldn't help but cover her face with her hands, feeling a mix of embarrassment and delight. How could she have done such a thing? Slowly removing her hands from her face, she found herself stealing another glance at the man beside her. A sweet shyness enveloped her, accompanied by a sense of pride. How could her man be so amazing? Lost in her own thoughts, Qiao Xian pondered for a moment before deciding to fetch some water. Once the intoxicated man had been given half a cup of warm Zavator, Qiao Xian settled down beside him. With concerns about Xiao Yunduan's potential discomfort from the alcohol and their upcoming journey the following morning, Qiao Xian held his hands and gradually transferred her own superpower into his body, bit by bit. Since her superpower had the ability to detoxify and unblock meridians, perhaps it could help eliminate the effects of the wine. It couldn't hurt to try, after all. Madame Qiao's men had been monitoring Qiao Xian's whereabouts for half the night. Seeing that she hadn't left or caused any trouble, Madame Qiao felt reassured. Qiao Xian held little significance in her own domain. She was merely a sharp-tongued woman. What else could she possibly do? Satisfied with her decision, Madame Qiao drifted into a deep sleep. She instructed 2 elderly women to keep watch over Qiao Xian's residence. However, despite it being mid-February with the sun shining brightly during the day, the nights remained chilly. The wind blew, and Qiao Xian shivered in the brisk air. Given Madame Qiao's confidence and the fact that they were only assigned to keep an eye on Qiao Xian, the 2 elderly women decided not to endure the entire night in the cold winds outside her courtyard. The couple spent some time together before returning to bed. At such a late hour, everyone was fast asleep, and Second Miss had no intention of leaving the house again. Thus, they missed the sight of Xiao Yunduan's return home. The backyard of the county office remained peaceful throughout the night. The next morning, Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan woke up. Xiao Yunduan was pleasantly surprised to see Qiao Xian's gentle smile, which made him even happier. He rubbed his forehead, feeling a sense of well-being and vitality. Qiao Xian had worried that she might wake up feeling unwell or dizzy after having too much to drink the previous night. However, she felt perfectly fine, no discomfort at all. He felt both relieved and amazed, realizing that he had underestimated his tolerance for alcohol. It turned out that he could handle his drink quite well. Irrespective of everything, it is getting late, and we must depart soon. Qiao Xian chose not to bring up Yinxing, as her husband had returned home alone, indicating that nothing had transpired. There was no need to mention it. However, Xiao Yunduan felt compelled to explain. Oh, by the way, I had no other option but to get Officer Qiao drunk so that Miss Yinxing could stay and take care of him. What? Ah. Qiao Xian was taken aback. She quickly covered her mouth, bursting into laughter and wearing a bright smile. Darling, you are so clever. Ha ha ha. She had misunderstood the situation. She had assumed her husband would refuse the ginkgo, but instead, he declined it and gave it to Officer Qiao. Chapter 9:19, Hated be Zeros and Vel. When Madame Qiao found out about this, there would undoubtedly be a spectacle to witness. Qiao Xian wondered if Madame Qiao would seek help from her own family to address the situation. It seemed that karma had caught up with them swiftly. And Qiao Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Observing Qiao Xian's cheerful smile, Xiao Yunduan also smiled. Darling, should we leave the Qiao family as soon as possible? Qiao Xian paused her laughter and pondered for a moment before shaking her head with a smile. Let's stay and enjoy the show. I'm eager to see how my birth mother reacts. Xiao Yunduan nodded. All right. He couldn't help but feel repulsed. We can't just let them off the hook. Xiao Yunduan was truly at a loss for words. He despised Yinxing, who was casting provocative looks at him. In his eyes, such a woman was nothing more than shameless, lacking self-respect. The sight of them made him feel utterly disgusted. He hadn't liked it when his father-in-law asked Inxing to drink with him, but he didn't think he had the authority to intervene. However, when his father-in-law instructed Inxing to serve him, he firmly refused. Yet his father-in-law merely smiled and claimed it was a concubine he was offering him. He persistently insisted on bringing Inxing to the capital, stating it would be a great honor to do so. It was absolutely repulsive. Despite repeatedly rejecting the proposition, his father-in-law believed he was pretending and continued to insist on bestowing Inxing upon him. That shameless Inxing attempted to sit beside him with a flirtatious smile, but he pushed her away, unable to bear it. But she continued to pester him with a shameless smile. Xiao Yunduan sneered inwardly. He pretended to spill wine on his clothes, and took the opportunity to scold Inxing, blaming her for not serving her well. He even forced her to leave the table and kneel down to reflect. Inxing was a talent in this field. She apologized with tears in her eyes and did not defend herself. She knew that she was just a plaything, and it did not matter if she was right or wrong. What mattered was that if her master said that she was wrong, then she was wrong. If she apologized and begged for forgiveness, her mistress would forgive her out of guilt. And if she defended herself, she would make her mistress even more furious. But was Xiao Yunduan someone who would feel guilty and forgive her? Of course not. Xiao Yunduan ordered her to kneel down, so she had no choice but to do so. County Magistrate Qiao smiled and told Xiao Yunduan not to blame the beauty. She knew that she was wrong, but that did not make Xiao Yunduan soften his heart. County Magistrate Qiao said nothing more. He believed that Xiao Yunduan was just opening gambit to take someone notched down, establishing an imposing air or advantageous position for oneself. Xiao Yunduan tried to get County Magistrate drunk. Xiao Yunduan asked Inxing to get up and helped County Magistrate Qiao to lie down. Then he said to Inxing coldly, "You can choose to become County Magistrate Qiao's concubine. With your abilities, it should not be difficult for you to survive in the Qiao family's backyard. You can also choose to follow me, but I will turn you down. I can turn you down, and even if one can't turn you down, I will ruin your face and feed you a bowl of soup that determines your pregnancy whatsoever. Think about it." Inxing felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She felt cold all over. Her charming face turned pale. She had thought that with her looks, figure and skills, Xiao Yunduan could be taken down easily. Chapter 920, Absurd B0s and Vel. CM. But as Inxing gazed into Xiao Yunduan's cold and emotionless eyes, and felt the lingering ache in her legs from kneeling for over half an hour, she couldn't doubt the sincerity in his words. Every word he spoke was true. He truly had no interest in her. Inxing felt a mix of fear and disbelief swirling within her. Despite knowing it was inappropriate, she couldn't resist asking Xiao Yunduan, "Fifth Master, what is wrong with me?" "Why?" Inxing boldly posed this question, her charm and pitiful demeanor on full display. Xiao Yunduan remained unmoved, his tone icy as he replied, "There is nothing appealing about you." Did she think that every man in the world would be captivated by her? How absurd. In his eyes, she was nothing more than an alluring yet hollow woman. Even if a man claimed to like her, he would ultimately treat her as a mere plaything. Xiao Yunduan didn't even bother to compare her to his wife, for she wasn't worthy of being mentioned in the same breath. Inxing felt a surge of displeasure, but she refrained from asking any further. She knew there was nothing to gain from pressing him. This man wasn't lying about his dislike for her. For the first time, Inxing felt a deep sense of shame when facing a man. She clenched her teeth and shifted her attention to County Magistrate Qiao, who lay unconscious on the couch. That was her only option. If she couldn't become County Magistrate's woman tonight, Madame Qiao would ensure she had no chance at all. Madame Qiao would seek to destroy her. County Magistrate Qiao, although a minor official and advancing in age, at least offered some prospect of being a part of the family. Inxing, young and beautiful, would always have a place by his side. It was better than having no future and remaining in ignorance. Xiao Yunduan observed Inxing's gaze as she turned to County Magistrate Qiao, and he remained indifferent. Unable to resist, Yinxing asked, "Fifth Master, do you look down on me?" She maintained her pitiful demeanor, appearing even weaker and sadder than before, eliciting sympathy from men. Yinxing had a calculated plan. If Xiao Yunduan couldn't help but soften his heart, she would notice and throw herself into his arms, weeping and pleading for comfort. The outcome would then be entirely different. However, Xiao Yunduan merely cast a peculiar look at her and responded, "Why should I look down on you?" Yinxing found herself at a loss for words. She understood Xiao Yunduan's implication. "Who are you to me? What significance do you hold in my life? Your actions are your own concern. Why should I look down on you?" Bitterness filled Yinxing's smile, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within her. It didn't feel pleasant. She had assumed that all men were alike, but that assumption was proven wrong. Chapter 921, Get Out B0s and Vel. CM At that moment, a surge of jealousy washed over Yinxing. She couldn't help but feel envious of Qiao Xian's fortunate circumstances. Soon after, Xiao Yunduan departed. He had no curiosity about what transpired in the room after he left. All he knew was that he needed to return to his wife promptly. The alcohol he consumed weighed heavily on him, causing a slight dizziness he could no longer tolerate. After Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan finished freshening up, they went to bid farewell to Madame Qiao. County Magistrate Qiao remained asleep in the study. Madame Qiao was pleased to learn they had come to say their goodbyes, but when they stood before her as if nothing had happened, she furrowed her brow. "Where is Yinxing?" "Xian, now that Yinxing has become Yunduan's woman, you should treat her well and fulfill your duties as a proper wife. Madame Qiao, please refrain from making baseless assumptions." Qiao Xian smiled. "Yinxing may have become my father's new concubine. Madame Qiao, you can send someone to the study to confirm. As a proper wife, I assure you one will treat concubine Yinxing with kindness." "What do you mean?" Madame Qiao's heart sank as she glared at the couple. Xiao Yunduan spoke up, "Elle drank excessively last night, so I retired to my room. Yinxing is tending to my father-in-law in the study." Madame Qiao remained speechless. A chill ran down Madame Qiao's spine. Fine. How dare you?" Qiao Xian responded calmly, "If my father fancies her, let him keep her. It's pleasant to have a beautiful concubine by his side, providing comfort and delight. You needn't worry about my husband. I will keep him company in the capital." "Madame Qiao. Just leave." Madame Qiao stormed out in anger, paying no attention to Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan as she made her way straight to Officer Qiao's study. Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan exchanged glances and chuckled. Qiao Xian spoke, "Seems like nobody has the time to entertain us. Let's go." Agreed. The two of them departed from the county office's backyard, leaving the scattered chicken feathers behind. County Magistrate Qiao basked in satisfaction after the night's events. He felt rejuvenated, as if he had shed a decade's worth of burden in a single night. The feeling was invigorating. County Magistrate Qiao woke up at dawn and immediately understood the reason for his elevated spirits. He had held his alcohol well and hadn't passed out the previous day. Madame Qiao stormed to the door, her anger palpable, nearly startling County Magistrate Qiao. It was about to become quite lively. Madame Qiao's fury reached its peak, leading to a heated argument with County Magistrate Qiao and a desperate attempt to harm Yinxing. Initially, County Magistrate had harbored a hint of guilt, but Madame Qiao's words kindled an intense rage within him. While he respected Madame Qiao as the matriarch, it didn't grant her free rein to act as she pleased. Chapter 922, Unwilling B0s and Vel. CM County Magistrate Qiao, frustrated with the situation, snapped at Madame Qiao instead. Madame Qiao found herself powerless against Yinxing, who enjoyed the protection of her husband. Yinxing knew that her sole supporter was County Magistrate Qiao. After what she had done to Madame Qiao, she suspected that Madame Qiao wanted her dead. Yinxing was no concubine, she possessed youth, beauty, and a cunning nature. In a calculated move, she vepped before County Magistrate Qiao, feigning weakness and eliciting his pity. County Magistrate Qiao, having finally found such a captivating woman, refused to relinquish the pleasure he had been denied for so long. Furthermore, Qiao Xian's revelations had dispelled any illusions he held about his wife's virtuousness. Therefore, he took precautions and ensured the safety of concubine Yinxing. Madame Qiao's annoyance grew to unprecedented levels. She was consumed by anger. Her fury was so intense that she contemplated sabotaging her own position. She refused to give up until she dealt with Yinxing. However, time and again, she failed in her endeavors. Thus, County Magistrate Qiao's household became a hotbed of tension and conflict. His wife and concubine engaged in heated battles. Concubine Du took pleasure in Madame Qiao's misfortune. Although she couldn't openly act against Madame Qiao, she constantly fed information to concubine Xing, further exacerbating Madame Qiao's distress. Madame Qiao directed her anger towards Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan, attempting to take it out on the innocent members of the Xiao family. However, County Magistrate Qiao remained vigilant. Madame Qiao found it difficult to exert her authority in the governmental office, and not everyone in the household obeyed her commands. No sooner had she given an order than County Magistrate Qiao was informed of her actions. County Magistrate held on to hope for Xiao Yunduan and was determined to prevent any offense against him. Madame Qiao had only Auntie Ling and a few trusted men by her side. However, their expedition to Shaoding village yielded no advantage. The land officer would handle matters concerning the first section of the Xiao family. Before their departure, Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan shared a few additional details with Miss Fang. Auntie Ling had no intention of deceiving anyone. Madame Qiao grew increasingly infuriated. Unable to find an outlet for her anger, she caught a cold and fell ill. In May, when County Magistrate Qiao traveled to the capital, he was still unwell. The county magistrate even suggested that she stay in the county to recover, with Qiao Wei taking care of her. They could join him in the capital once she regained her health. However, before he could finish speaking, Madame Qiao snapped at him. Madame Qiao persistently referred to concubine Xing as a derogatory term, likely an idea planted by concubine Xing herself. She continued to curse County Magistrate Qiao. She was adamant about not staying behind with her daughter for recuperation. Clenching her teeth, she resolved to accompany them to the capital. Things began to improve as they journeyed onward. Her condition improved slightly, but her body was weakening. Fatigue had taken its toll, leaving her lacking energy and frayed nerves. Qiao Xian was taken aback the next time he saw her. Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan reached the province in the evening and settled in at the Yuezheng family's residence. Aware that their arrival was imminent, First Madam had already made arrangements for their accommodations. She held genuine affection for Qiao Xian, and if Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian treated her as an outsider, it would deeply hurt her. They spent 3 days in the province, during which Qiao Xian and Yuezheng Xiao decided to purchase tea leaves, snow fungus, and lipsticks. Yuezheng Xiao could arrange for someone to directly buy these items from Shaoding village. Chapter 923, Kindness be Zeros and Vel. As the days grew warmer, the dessert store's business was bound to improve. With fresh cassava powder, creeping figs, dragon fruits, papayas, and other fruits, along with a sufficient supply of fresh milk from the Xia family, the business was poised to flourish. Qiao Xian couldn't oversee this matter, so Yuezheng Xiao had to take charge of it. Qiao Xian went to inspect the dragon fruits and papayas that were planted at the end of the previous year. Thanks to the mild winter, the papayas had begun sprouting leaves, while the dragon fruits looked healthy and green. Having endured the winter without any frost, they had thrived. Qiao Xian utilized her superpower to help them gather energy and vitality, ensuring that they would sprout leaves and bear fruit as the weather turned warmer. By the time she and Xiao Yunduan returned from the capital, the papayas and dragon fruits should be bearing fruit in abundance, shouldn't they? Regrettably, sugarcane and pineapples couldn't be planted this year. However, the blooming and fruit-bearing potential of lychees, longans, and mangoes depended on this year. If they flourished, they could be planted on a larger scale next year, and by then, sugarcane and pineapples could also be cultivated. Especially sugarcane, which could be used to make sugar. Within her space cabin, the system could identify the most advanced sugar-making processes and the necessary tools and equipment, offering yet another way to generate quick income. 3 days later, the caravan set off for the capital. Qiao Xian, Xiao Yunduan, Li Qiao, and Songshi were accompanied by Xiao Yunduan's friends, Lu Min and Gu Zhio, who were also recommended men. They would travel together, providing mutual support and companionship in the capital. Lu Min and Gu Zhio were already aware of Xiao Yunduan's close relationship with the wealthy Yuezheng family, the young master of the Xia family, and the prosperous Xiao family. They were astounded. They hadn't anticipated having such a powerful ally by their side. Xiao Yunduan appeared to maintain a low profile. Rather than feeling envious of Xiao Yunduan, Lu Min and Gu Zhio admired him. They recognized that Xiao Yunduan came from a respectable family and possessed admirable qualities of being advanced, modest, and gentle. They couldn't help but admire him. Their admiration for Xiao Yunduan wasn't based solely on his wealth. They continued to hang out with him as they had before. A genuine appreciation grew between them. Xiao Yunduan had a keen eye for choosing his friends. However, if Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan were to learn that Lu Min and Gu Zhio saw Xiao Yunduan as a low-profile rich man's son, they would find it amusing and bewildering. Those words held no truth in their relationship. On the day of their departure, First Madam bid them farewell alongside Yuezheng Xiao and Xie Jingrong. First Madam couldn't help but grasp Xiao Xian's hands, advising her not to be afraid of any troubles she might encounter. She asked Xiao Xian to relay a message to the northwest, where the Yuezheng family's store was located. It was not too far from the capital, and it might prove helpful. Xiao Xian felt deeply moved. With a smile, she expressed her gratitude and asked First Madam to take care of herself as well. The caravan was led by a boss named Tang. Observing the high regard shown to Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan by the Yuezheng family and the Xia family, Boss Tang developed even greater respect for them. They all treated the recommended men and the older masters with reverence, as if they were their own ancestors. Chapter 924, To the Capital Be Zeros and Vel. CM Qiao Xian, Xiao Yunduan, Lu Nian, and Gu Zhio were not arrogant individuals. On the contrary, they were kind-hearted and did not want to burden others with their presence. They covered their own expenses for food and accommodation, ensuring they didn't take advantage of the caravan. Instead, they would stop for a day and a half upon reaching large towns, purchasing local specialties like candied fruits, fried goods, pastries, roasted chicken, and braised meat to treat everyone. Qiao Xian even instructed Li Qiao, and Songshi to distribute red packets to every member of the caravan based on the position of the recommended men and older masters. They gave the most to Boss Tang, with 30 liang, and at least 2 liang to the laborers, considering it a symbol of good luck. The caravan members were delighted to see their generosity, which led to a significant improvement in friendliness and camaraderie. Initially, some individuals expressed concerns about the scholars joining the caravan, fearing they would be burdened with additional responsibilities. However, all such worries vanished. Boss Tang and the other leaders felt a deep sense of gratitude and even treated them to 2 meals at a restaurant to express their guilt. Lu Min and Gu Zhio privately expressed their gratitude to Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian, praising them for their thoughtfulness. They even proposed gathering together. Without the support and consideration of Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian, they wouldn't have been able to enjoy such freedom during the journey. The trip was remarkably relaxing. Merchants differed from businessmen. Merchants could simply wait in their shops for customers to arrive, while businessmen had to travel long distances and sleep under the open sky. Each journey was challenging, so they made efforts to carry as many goods as possible. Consequently, they didn't travel at a fast pace. Fortunately, the caravan was well established, and they had predetermined places to eat and rest along their route. Xiao Yunduan estimated that they would reach the state of Zheng by early March. At that point, their journey with the caravan would come to an end. From the northern part of the state of Zheng, the official road was wide and smooth, without any remote areas to traverse. They could hire a few individuals from the state Jing wagon company to accompany them for the final stretch, reaching the capital in just 3 or 4 days. The spring examination was scheduled for late April, allowing them ample time for adjustments. Their success in the spring examination did not hinge on their current pace. They were already well prepared. During their leisurely journey, they could engage in reading, discuss various articles, and work on their drafts within the confines of the wagon. Everyone remained calm, engaging in conversations and laughter without any sense of urgency. Qiao Xian eagerly anticipated the trip. It was her first time embarking on such a long journey, and she didn't feel the need to rush. Instead, she embraced the scenic views along the way, relishing the experience that expanded her horizons. Being seasoned businesspeople, they had encountered many things in their line of work. They shared stories about customs and interesting incidents they had witnessed over the past few years. While they didn't take everything too seriously, it was still highly intriguing. Qiao Xian displayed a genuine interest in their tales. After leaving the province, they traveled for 4 consecutive days. Besides staying at the finest hotel, they pushed forward until they reached a bustling and vibrant town. They intended to stay in this town for a day to replenish their supplies and exchange goods. The members of the caravan enthusiastically introduced them to the town's unique delicacies and captivating sights, inviting them to explore and indulge. Qiao Xian couldn't contain her excitement and eagerly anticipated savoring the local culinary delights. Sensing the couple's enthusiasm, Lu Min and Gu Zhio smiled understandingly and discreetly left them alone. Chapter 925, Potato discovered B0's Nvel. Despite having limited time, they managed to explore the town thoroughly within a day. Xiao Yunduan accompanied Qiao Xian to visit the local markets, including the flower and bird markets, as well as the dry goods markets. In return, Qiao Xian accompanied him to browse through the bookstores. During lunchtime, they dined at a restaurant where the roasted chicken and an unfamiliar fish dish stood out for their exceptional flavors. Qiao Xian also stumbled upon some unique glutinous rice and flour-based cakes, which were a novelty compared to what she had encountered in the province. She purchased some and shared them with Li Xia and the others. One thing that left Qiao Xian feeling a tinge of regret was the lack of new items in the market, and the limited expansion possibilities for small vegetable fields and orchards at the moment. However, her confidence remained unwavering. She was certain they would come across new opportunities along their journey. As expected, during the subsequent part of their journey, Qiao Xian managed to acquire several varieties of vegetables and fruit trees. They obtained different types of peppers, beans, loofahs, and various vegetables. Additionally, there were peaches, grapes, persimmons, and roses of different varieties. While finding these items wasn't particularly difficult, Qiao Xian had to figure out how to store them in the space behind Xiao Yunduan's back. That day, they spent the night in a small town just 2 days away from the state of Zheng. Since there were no suitable accommodations ahead, they decided not to continue their journey, even though they had arrived in the town earlier than expected. Coincidentally, 2 businessmen announced that they had 2 boxes of rare goods from overseas available for purchase at an affordable price. They emphasized that this was the only store offering such goods before they passed the village. This announcement piqued a lot of interest among the crowd. Qiao Xian initially had doubts about the authenticity of the goods, but an employee from the caravan informed them that the 2 businessmen must have acquired the rare items through illicit means and were discreetly selling them in this inconspicuous location. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Most of the items were genuine, and the prices were reasonable. Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan became curious and decided to observe the spectacle. The 2 boxes contained a wide array of items, ranging from jewelry with damaged gemstones, fans, bead bracelets, knives, incense, perfumes, wooden carvings, tea leaves, handkerchiefs, to beautiful conch shells, and more. Many people were squatting on the ground, meticulously sifting through the merchandise and haggling over prices. Qiao Xian found the scene intriguing but refrained from making any purchases. However, her attention was immediately captivated when one of the businessmen pulled out a roll wrapped in yellow paper from his pocket and began to eat it. Qiao Xian couldn't take her eyes off the sight. To her astonishment, the rolls were filled with meat and vegetables, including shredded potatoes. Qiao Xian had been searching for potatoes and sweet potatoes for quite some time. Yue Zhengxiao had even sent his men to inquire in the south, but they had found no leads. Qiao Xian had been patient, but she hadn't expected to come across them so easily. Unable to contain her excitement, Qiao Xian whispered to Xiao Yunduan, expressing her desire to obtain the rolls. In response, Xiao Yunduan approached the businessman and inquired about the contents of the roll, mentioning that it looked appetizing. Upon hearing Xiao Yunduan's question, the man felt a sense of pride. He smiled and replied, "You have great taste, and you've noticed it. This is taro from the west, cultivated in the fields. It's delicious." Chapter 926, Taste B0s and Vel. CM Qiao Xian grew increasingly eager to taste the taro rolls. She knew they would be delicious. Xiao Yunduan smiled and inquired, "It looks delicious. Do you have more taro? Would you be willing to sell some to me?" The businessman was taken aback by the request. In his eyes, the taro was just an ordinary crop, like peanuts or potatoes. It was filling but not particularly flavorful. How good could it really be? Xiao Yunduan reassured him with a smile, "I'll simply want to try it for myself." Understanding the situation, the businessman realized that this man must have observed his own enjoyment of the food and now wanted to experience it for himself. It wouldn't fetch much money, but he could sell a few rolls at least. He was growing tired of it anyway. The businessman responded with a genuine smile, "All right, we have a few more rolls at the hostel. If you'd like to try them, I can sell them to you later. But I'll sell them out soon." Xiao Yunduan nodded appreciatively and asked for the location of the businessman's residence, stating that he would visit him later. Together, Xiao Yunduan and Qiao Xian left, with Qiao Xian obediently refraining from displaying her eagerness to obtain the taro rolls. Being too eager might drive up the price, and their objective was to maximize their profits. After all, this was a simple transaction, and there was no need to pursue long-term benefits. They intended to make the most of the opportunity. When evening arrived, Xiao Yunduan and Songsher headed to the hostel as planned. The businessman was taken aback but quickly regained his composure, smiling as he said, "Oh, you're serious. I thought you were joking." Xiao Yunduan chuckled, "I'll keep my word. I'm genuinely curious about the taste of taro, and I must try it. How much do you have? If you don't mind, you can sell them all to me." He explained that his wife loved such delicacies and wanted to buy as many as possible. The businessman, playing along as a fellow food enthusiast, laughed and agreed to Xiao Yunduan's proposition. He retrieved a bag from the guest room and said, "I only have 10 left. If you'd like them, you can give me 101. It's quite a rare price, isn't it?" Songsher took the bag from the businessman and opened it, while Xiao Yunduan leaned in for a closer look. The taro rolls were gray and about the size of goose eggs, with traces of mud on their surface. They appeared unremarkable and didn't evoke much appetite. The price of 101 was reasonable for Xiao Yunduan, so after a moment of hesitation, he nodded and paid for the purchase. With the taro rolls in hand, he bid farewell to the businessman. The businessman happily pocketed the 101 and chuckled to himself. They could enjoy some drinks tonight. Meanwhile, Qiao Xian anxiously awaited Xiao Yunduan's return. As soon as he walked in, she eagerly grabbed his sleeves, asking, "Darling, did you buy the taro rolls? Where are they?" Xiao Yunduan had initially planned to tease her, but seeing her genuine anxiety, he couldn't bear to do so. He called for Songsher to bring the rolls and reassured her with a smile, "Yes, they're all here. One bought them all." Qiao Xian's face lit up with joy. However, it seemed that there weren't many rolls left. She carefully placed the taro rolls on the table, counting them one by one. There were a total of 16, but perhaps due to the absence of cultivated potato varieties in this era, they were all relatively small in size. Chapter 927, Beautiful B0s and Vel. The 3 largest taro rolls were only the size of a goose egg, while most of them were about the size of a duck egg. 2 were even smaller, only the size of small eggs. But for Qiao Xian, even if there was only one potato the size of an egg, she could multiply it to cover 2 mu of land within 2 years. Potatoes could be divided into several pieces for planting, as long as each piece had a bud. With her superpower, she could ensure that even the smallest potato pieces would grow well. There were 16 potatoes of different sizes in front of her. After cutting them into pieces, she would have almost 100 pieces, which meant she had 100 potential potatoes. With her superpower, she could nurture each potato piece carefully, and the harvest would likely exceed just 10 or 20 healthy potatoes. Next year, they could start planting on a larger scale. By then, they would have an abundance of potatoes, allowing them to create various delicious dishes. Potatoes were an excellent resource to combat famine. They could be used as both vegetables and a rice substitute. They were easy to cultivate and not demanding in terms of soil. Their yield was remarkable. Similar to cassavas, Qiao Xian had no intention of keeping this resource to herself. She planned to expand beyond Shaoding village. Each family in the village would receive 20 free potato seeds, and those from other villages could purchase 500 grams of seeds for 1 won. The more Qiao Xian contemplated this, the more elated she became. Although she had obtained many new crop varieties in the past, this was the first time she felt such immense joy. "Darling, are the taro rolls good?" Xiao Yunduan smiled. Songshur had already left, and they were alone in the room. Qiao Xian said inwardly, of course it was very good, but she could not reveal that. If she did, it would show that she knew too much. Some things could be said to come from books, but she could not just read everything from books. Qiao Xian came back to herself. She seemed to be too happy. It seemed that she should stay calm. She smiled. Of course it is a good thing. I found it myself, so I am very happy about it. It is called taro, and it should be similar to ours. But the way the little boss eats it today is different from ours. I wonder if the fruits can be planted at our place. I really want to have a taste of it now, but there are too few seeds, so we should keep them. Only now did Xiao Yunduan understand what was going on. The new species they found with their own eyes were different from those they got from others. It was no wonder that his wife was so happy. Xiao Yunduan smiled. They are taros too, and they can be planted alive, just like everything else we did. He added. I'll think there are many of these. If you want to have a taste, you can have two. No, no. Qiao Xian waved her hands. Elle can't have a taste of it. I need to keep it and plant it. By autumn, the harvest will be much better. These 16 potatoes were too rare to be eaten. No matter how much they missed sour and spicy shredded potatoes, fresh potatoes, dry-fried potatoes, stewed braised pork with potatoes, stewed chicken with potatoes, potato pancakes, deep-fried potato strips, etc. Xiao Yunduan's words about eating the potatoes really made her heart ache. Chapter 928, Not Secret B0s and Vel. CM Xiao Yunduan found her serious expression amusing. All right, we can give it a try next year. Yes, next year will be fine. Qiao Xian felt a surge of happiness. She placed the potatoes back in the middle compartment, but she still worried about the valuable seeds. She decided that storing them in the storage space would be the safest option. Before long, they arrived at the state of Zheng. The city was a vast metropolis situated in the Central Plains, far more expansive and prosperous than the province they came from. Even before entering the city, they could sense the bustle and magnificence of this ancient place. The official road stretched wide and flat, flanked by towering trees on both sides. The road was teeming with people, and numerous caravans transported large quantities of goods into the city. Inside the wagon, they lifted a corner of the curtain and peered outside. The city wall, reaching high into the sky, appeared as imposing as a mountain, seemingly exerting pressure. As they approached the gate, the crowd of people and sedan chairs grew denser. It was a lively scene, but their progress slowed down. By noon, they caught sight of the city gate from a distance, yet they didn't enter until 4 in the afternoon. Boss Tang's business had a warehouse and a designated resting place, so they hurriedly unloaded the goods, leaving no time for a proper farewell with Xiao Yunduan and the others. Having spent so much time together, they had formed a good bond. Thus, parting ways brought about a tinge of sadness for all of them. They had made plans to gather again after their return to the province, but whether that would ever come to fruition remained uncertain. Xiao Yunduan, Qiao Xian, and the others located an inn and requested 3 high-class rooms and 2 standard rooms. They intended to stay here for a few days before resuming their journey. Their first order of business was to relax and rest, as the remaining part of their journey would not be as leisurely. They had to cover a minimum of 300 li each day. While the official road to the north was wide and even, with few remote areas along the way, they couldn't afford to be careless or delay without a large accompanying group. Thus, they pushed their pace as much as possible, hoping to reach the capital sooner for added security. Night fell, bringing about a serene atmosphere. The next day, Xiao Yunduan, Lu Min, and Gu Qiao approached the inn manager to inquire about repairing their wagon. It was in need of repairs. They sought out a reputable escort agency in the area and decided to hire 3 or 4 escorts from the agency. With their original group of masters and servants, they now numbered over 10 people. This arrangement made them feel more secure. Qiao Xian offered reassurance, mentioning that it was a time of peace and prosperity, and they were traveling along the official road. There was no reason to worry, they would surely be fine. Upon hearing this, Lu Min and Gu Qiao felt comforted. They repeatedly praised Qiao Xian, claiming she was superior to them. In truth, Qiao Xian wasn't trying to console them. She wasn't afraid at all. She would simply exercise caution along the way and rely on her superpower to survey everything within a 10-mile radius. No powerful thieves could hide from her. Even before they approached, she could manipulate the vines and branches in the mountains to incapacitate them. During the journey with the caravan, they passed through some remote areas with complex terrain. Qiao Xian remained vigilant, utilizing her superpower to observe her surroundings. However, the journey remained peaceful, devoid of any strange occurrences. Chapter 929, House in the Capital B0 CM Xiao Yunduan planned to discuss matters with Lu Min and the escort agency, so Qiao Xian took Li Qiao and Li Xia for a stroll. Opportunities were scarce, and Qiao Xian didn't hold much hope for new crops like potatoes. However, she came across numerous apple and pear trees. Li Xia and Li Qiao were easily deceived. Qiao Xian found a pretext to send them away temporarily. She casually purchased fruit tree saplings and discreetly found a quiet alley where no one was around. There, she stored the saplings in her secret space for safekeeping. After 2 days, all repairs were completed, and supplies were replenished. They set off early in the morning, accompanied by the 4 escorts. It was early March, and the weather grew warmer as they journeyed northward. The sun beat down intensely. Thankfully, the weather remained pleasant, making the travel much more comfortable. 3 days later, they arrived at the capital. We've finally arrived. Xiao Yunduan, Lu Min, and Gu Qiao all gazed at the capital with different expressions. For scholars in the world, the capital represented not just a city but also the starting point of their aspirations. No matter how ambitious one might be, if they didn't pass the spring examination, everything would be mere empty talk. Only by advancing to the next level would they acquire the qualifications to pursue their dreams. As for what lay ahead on their governmental path, it would depend on each individual's luck. Regardless, this place was undeniably sacred and brimming with hope for all of them. They were well aware of how challenging it was to advance to the next level. Many people spent their entire lives studying and still remained at the level of child student. The candidates participating in the spring examination were all exceptional individuals, standing here at this moment. Suddenly, all 3 of them became overwhelmed with emotions. High-spirited, anxious, nervous, daring, confident. Observing their reactions, Qiao Xian understood what they were going through. She must have experienced similar sentiments during the college entrance examination. The 3 of them sighed deeply and entered the town together. Upon reaching the capital, they checked into a hostel. The mission of the 4 bodyguards had come to an end. They bid farewell to them after receiving their payment and departed from the hostel, making their way home. Night fell, enveloping the city in tranquility. The following day, the 4 of them gathered at a restaurant for a small celebration. Let's toast to our smooth journey. And may the spring examination go just as smoothly. Yes, yes. Hey, race to a successful spring examination. Cheers. The sanctity and opulence of the city of Son of Heaven filled them with a sense of freshness and excitement. Having the opportunity to visit this place in their lifetime was a worthwhile experience. They were all in high spirits and didn't dwell too much on the upcoming spring examination. They chatted about their daily lives and shared their future plans. Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian had discussed their plans the previous night, deciding to purchase a small house in the intermediate area. Staying at the hostel would pose inconveniences and potentially cause trouble for the Qiao family. It could also negatively impact their performance in the spring examination. Upon hearing their plan to buy a house in the capital, Lu Min and Gu Zhio gasped in awe and expressed their admiration. We should have known. You're incredibly generous. Purchasing a house in the capital was a feat not achievable by ordinary individuals. A small house of the same size would cost at least 10 times more in the capital compared to the province. Chapter 930, Prepared B0s and Vel. C0M. The thought of such a venture seemed unimaginable to them. Many low-ranking officers would spend their entire lives renting a house in the capital. Xiao Yunduan smiled and addressed Lu Min and Gu Zhio. Brother Lu, Brother Gu, are you planning to move to a different hostel? We will get in touch with you once we've settled. Although their current hostel was not cheap, it fell within an acceptable range for the couple. Staying in the hostel would provide them with better access to information and resources, which was crucial for them, considering their limited knowledge about the capital. Lu Min and Gu Zhio assured them that they would not be moving out. This way, they could maintain contact with one another. The following day, Xiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan set out to find a suitable house. With nearly 280,000 liang in her possession, Xiao Xian felt confident in their search. Finding a suitable house proved to be not too difficult. Moreover, they were not overly particular. As long as the house was of intermediate size and had a good environment, sturdy structure, and cleanliness, they could move in after a simple cleaning. They visited 3 properties on the same day and settled on purchasing a courtyard house in the intermediate section of an alley near the southern moat. The brick wall surrounding the property stood over 2 meters tall. Upon pushing open the door, they were greeted by a square courtyard. The patio was neither too large nor too small, and there was a small open space at the back with a few planted trees. Sunlight flooded the courtyard, making every room bright and airy. Most importantly, the house was clean and well-maintained. With a little dusting and the addition of some furniture purchased from an old goods market a couple of streets away, they could move in. Each household in the alley appeared tidy and well-kept, inhabited by respectable families. Not far to the north of the alley lay Longtan Lake, which boasted a large and irregular shape. The lakeside was adorned with flourishing grass and trees, with reeds and lotus flowers dotting the shallow water. On pleasant weather days, it was a popular spot for boat tours, boasting picturesque scenery. Xiao Xian was particularly fond of this location. Despite being the most expensive option among the 3, they decided to make the purchase. They spent a total of 5,000 liang on the property. In the province, that amount of money would be sufficient to buy an area of approximately 7 or 8 mu. Xiao Xian hired a land agent to assist with the cleaning, using some additional funds for the task. The following day, they furnished the main room, east and west wing rooms, and the kitchen, moving into their new home by the afternoon. The kitchen was equipped with pots, pans, oil, salt, sauces, vinegar, and a cart of firewood. Tables, chairs, beds, cabinets, and other furniture items were added to the rooms, along with curtains, draperies, cushions, and bedrolls. The remaining furnishings could be added gradually over time. During this era, all furniture was original and environmentally friendly. There was no need to wait for the house to air out. They could settle in without worry. Now, Xiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan had a home of their own in the capital's intermediate section. Xiao Yunduan invited Lu Min and Gu Zhio to visit, sharing a meal and awaiting the spring examination. Occasionally, Xiao Yunduan and Lu Min would venture out to the gathering place of the examination candidates to catch up, chat, and gather news. Many aspiring scholars were filled with anxiety and worry. Some formed groups and pooled their money to purchase gifts, hoping to visit nobles or influential families and seek their guidance. They believed that receiving such guidance would be more beneficial than studying for 10 years. Chapter 931, Dealing with the Qiao Family B0s and Vel. C0M Xiao Yunduan, Lu Min, and Gu Zhio chose not to involve themselves in such matters. While Emperor Xian had a fascination with Taoist Shengzhen and alchemy for longevity, the imperial examination held utmost importance in the country. With so many people watching, no one dared to stir up trouble. The consequences of any misstep would be exile and annihilation of the entire family. Unless the dynasty was utterly corrupted, the scholars participating in the imperial examination would not dare to cause any disturbance in the presence of the emperor. Furthermore, the crown prince, known for his steady and virtuous nature, commanded great respect. No one would dare to act against his favor. Hence, there was no need to pay attention to the exaggerated tales and rumors. Qiao Xian understood that she needed to maintain her composure and focus solely on answering the examination questions. This was not the time to get entangled in such matters. Xie Jingrong also warned Xiao Yunduan about the numerous instances where wealthy and influential individuals in the capital's intermediate section attempted to swindle money from others. Xiao Yunduan believed that such incidents might occur this year as well. Once they were settled, Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan began dealing with the affairs of the Qiao family. Deep down, Qiao Xian did not consider herself a true member of the Qiao family, nor did she desire any association with them. However, due to her wretched father and the ties of blood, it was not easy to sever the connection completely. Thus, she had to address these matters. If Xiao Yunduan were to succeed in becoming an advanced scholar, the Qiao family might not release them so easily. It was crucial to resolve these issues as soon as possible to avoid potential problems in the future. Realizing that their own reputation and career would be tarnished if they allowed the Qiao family to persistently trouble them, Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian decided to take action. They initiated inquiries about the Qiao family and their current situation. Unfortunately, Qiao Xian's father had initially planned to provide Xiao Yunduan with a letter of introduction, but due to the unfortunate circumstances surrounding his betrayal and indifference, the letter was lost. They were uncertain about the specific location of the Qiao family's residence in the capital, but they sought assistance from Xie Jingrong, who was able to provide them with the necessary information. Thus, they kept a watchful eye on the Qiao family, particularly focusing on Qiao Hongxi. Qiao Hongxi was Madame Qiao's legitimate son and Qiao Xian's brother. According to the information obtained from Xie Jingrong, Qiao Hongxi was described as proud, conceited, with a false sense of superiority due to his limited knowledge, and possessed a narrow-minded, stingy, and jealous nature. He was merely an advanced scholar who had not achieved remarkable academic achievements. Although Qiao Hongxi's father had been an earl, he lost his title when it came to his children and grandchildren. However, the imperial court still maintained a friendly relationship with him, granting him the title of advanced scholar. Unbeknownst to Qiao Hongxi, his inflated self-perception led him to believe he was exceptionally talented. Despite not being a top-ranked scholar, he was ostracized by influential officials, only managing to become an advanced scholar through mere perseverance. These were precisely the kind of individuals they were looking to confront if trouble arose. Luck was on their side, as an opportunity presented itself after 2 days of observation. Chapter 932, The Qiao family's fall. On that particular day, Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian spotted Qiao Hongxi leaving his residence. They discreetly followed him in a rented wagon, driven by a man named Songshi. Renting the wagon allowed them to maintain a low profile, returning it in the afternoon and renting it again the following day, ensuring they left no traces behind. Qiao Hongxi's daily routine typically involved working at Hanlin Academy without venturing elsewhere. However, today was different as he set off in the morning, indicating that it was his day off. This caught the couple's attention. They trailed behind Xiao Hongxi until he reached a street known for selling antiques. Exiting the wagon, Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian discreetly followed him into one of the stores. Qiao Hongxi was dressed in a bamboo green Confucian robe, donning a square pacifier on his head, and holding a folding fan in his hand, adhering to the standard attire for scholars. However, they knew that they had no connections to noble families and that the Qiao family was facing financial difficulties. Observing the store Qiao Hongxi entered, Qiao Xian realized it was an ordinary establishment on the street. It seemed that Qiao Hongxi couldn't afford anything more upscale. With only 50 liang in his pocket, Qiao Hongxi aimed to purchase a good jade pendant. He had heard rumors that this store offered excellent quality items at affordable prices, fueling his desire to try his luck there. Unbeknownst to Qiao Hongxi, he had become the unwitting target of Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian's surveillance. Despite being followed for a few days, he had failed to notice their presence. While Qiao Hongxi carefully selected his jade, Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian observed his actions intently. Qiao Hongxi had set his sights on a jade pendant, but the store manager asked for 88 liang, an amount he simply couldn't afford. He began to negotiate, but before he could make any progress, Xiao Xian abruptly interrupted the conversation. 88 liang is a fair and reasonable price. If you don't want it, just put it down. I want to buy it. Xiao Xian declared confidently, drawing the attention of both Qiao Hongxi and the store manager, who had been haggling over a price of 40 liang. Xiao Xian raised her eyebrows proudly and shot a disdainful glance at Qiao Hongxi. Turning to Xiao Yunduan, she remarked, "Darling, this jade is absolutely beautiful. I adore it." Xiao Yunduan adopted a magnanimous expression and chuckled. "Then let's purchase it. 80 liang is not expensive at all. It's even too cheap." The store manager's face lit up with joy. Smiling at them, he exclaimed, "You have excellent taste. Our goods are definitely worth the price." Qiao Hongxi seethed with anger, his face turning green. He retorted, "I was here first." Qiao Xian rolled her eyes and replied, "Can you afford it?" Qiao Hongxi, if you genuinely want to buy it, why do you keep bargaining? Qiao Xian continued, her voice dripping with sarcasm. You don't seem serious about purchasing it at all. If you have no intention of buying, why can't someone else purchase it? Xiao Yunduan chimed in, "My wife is right. If you don't want it, please put it down. Perhaps you can find something worth 40 liang instead." Qiao Xian chuckled and added, "Indeed, I'm sure there are other pieces worth 40 liang in this store. You can ask the manager about them." Qiao Hongxi's face flushed with anger and then turned pale. He trembled with rage. It was too much. He was a proud man, but the financial struggles of the Qiao family had been weighing heavily on him. Every day, he fretted over clothing and accessories. He had managed to save up 50 liang, hoping to purchase a fine piece of jade, but now he faced such misfortune. Chapter 933, Unable. How dare they mock him for being poor? He was so embarrassed and angry that he was about to explode. But Xiao Xian did not show any mercy. What is wrong with us? We are helping you with ideas out of kindness, don't think that we're ruining this for you. Qiao Hongxi felt dizzy, and he could not even breathe. Qiao Hongxi did not want to be humiliated like this. He was about to say something. When Xiao Yunduan said calmly, "You really want to buy them?" Qiao Hongxi was startled. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He wished that he could make 100,000 or 80,000 liang and slap the money right on these two people's faces. That would be so satisfying. But he just could not do that. Qiao Hongxi cursed inwardly. That was the biggest misfortune in his life, when he needed money to slap his race. Xiao Yunduan smiled and said calmly, "Young master, don't get in the manager's way. If you don't want to buy it, you should put it down." Qiao Hongxi tightened his grip on the jade, veins popping out on the back of his hands. He was shivering, apparently very angry. He could not afford it. If he bargained now, he would be humiliating himself. If he put it down, it meant that he had been humiliated. Something was wrong. He cursed inwardly, where did these two lunatics come from? They could have bought anything, but why did they have to go against him? Qiao Xian pursed her lips. What is wrong with you? Are you buying it or not? Tell me the truth. If you want to buy it, then buy it. If not, put it down. You are not a very kind person. Qiao Hongxi felt that he was going to die of anger the next second. He could not lose. He could not lose. Otherwise he would be totally humiliated as the editor of the Hanlin Academy. Of course I will. Qiao Hongxi sneered and said with clenched teeth. Having said the words, he suddenly felt much better. He threw a proud look at Xiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan. We have nothing else to do, aren't you leaving? Xiao Xian said, that is such a pity. You can buy yours, and we can look at other things, okay? You can drive away the guests for the manager, right? I want to buy that, and you drive us away, don't you want to buy that too? Then you can have it, we won't argue with you. She pointed at a small jade rabbit on the shelf. The 3-inch-long jade rabbit was used to make medicine. The carving was smooth and the jade was smooth. It was very lovable and the price would not be very cheap. The manager knew what to do. He took down the small and exquisite ornament and carefully put it on the counter, smiling. This jade rabbit is used to make potions and ornaments. Look at how fine the carving is. It costs only 100 liang, very cost-effective. Qiao Xian smiled at Qiao Hongxi. Young master, do you want it? Qiao Hongxi threw a glare at Qiao Xian. She kept cursing inwardly, she had not checked the almanac today, so why did she run into this strange couple? He could not wait to drive them away because he did not want to be humiliated in front of them. But they were so difficult to deal with. Qiao Hongxi wanted to be generous, but that was not going to happen. He did not dare to pretend to be very rich anymore. Instead, he snorted and ignored Xiao Xian's words. He gritted his teeth, so be it. He took out the 50 liang from his pocket. Don't have enough money today. Here is 50 liang, and you can go to the Qiao family at West 6th Street. Chapter 934, One day that was not an unusual occurrence. Those esteemed ladies and young gentlemen didn't typically carry a substantial amount of money with them when they went shopping. Instead, they would simply choose whatever they desired, sign the bill, and request the manager to collect the payment from their family's accountant. However, there was a prerequisite for this arrangement. The family had to be a regular guest or a legitimate noble family residing in the capital's vicinity. Moreover, the expenses were considerable, amounting to at least several hundred liang, or even thousands or tens of thousands. Firstly, Qiao Hongxi was not a frequent patron, and secondly, the Qiao family lacked recognition. Furthermore, he had requested someone to retrieve 38 liang on his behalf. How audacious! West 6th Street was quite a distance away. The manager furrowed his brow and spoke with a courteous smile. I apologize, young master, but this is a small business that does not extend credit. Additionally, I am the only staff member present and need to attend to the store, making it impossible for me to collect the payment at your doorstep. Perhaps you could return at a later time? Manager Qiao was already affording Qiao Hongxi some face. He was providing him with an opportunity to save face. Xiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan remained silent. However, standing beside each other, their satisfaction was evident, intensifying Qiao Hongxi's sense of humiliation. Yet, what other recourse did he have? He was rapidly depleting his funds. He clenched his teeth and resolved to spend an additional 38 taels of silver to acquire the jade, even if it resulted in reprimands. However, they refused to allow him to make the purchase on credit. Their condescending attitude was directed at his lack of wealth. If only he possessed sufficient funds, if the Qiao family still retained their status, and if they remained the affluent and influential family of the manager would not have dared to treat him in such a manner. The couple would not have dared to ridicule him. One day, he would revive the Qiao family and exact revenge on those who had belittled him. All right, then, next time, Qiao Hongxi feigned composure, but deep inside, he was consumed by embarrassment. His words came out stiffly, and his face burned with humiliation. He placed the jade back and exited the shop with his head hung low. He was in no mood to continue shopping, so he made his way home, engulfed in a despondent mood. However, he was suddenly jostled and fell to the ground. Before he could express his anger, the person who bumped into him scowled. What's wrong with you? Can't you watch where you're going? How unlucky. Then, with a contemptuous spit, she walked away. Qiao Hongxi angrily picked himself up from the ground. This world was filled with snobbish, haughty people. He was nothing but a servant from some family, dressed like a scholar. How dare she treat him with such rudeness? He had neither wealth nor influence. How could he be subjected to such disdain? Misfortune, misfortune. Qiao Hongxi cursed silently, regretting that he hadn't consulted the almanac that day. Annoyed by Qiao Hongxi, Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan decided not to purchase the jade. Although Qiao Xian didn't like the item Qiao Hongxi had chosen, he bought a jade rabbit for medicinal purposes. The manager bid them farewell with a favorable impression. He smiled and saw them off. As they left the store, they exchanged smiles with each other. Qiao Xian, in particular, felt a deep inner joy. In the original host's recollection, this elder brother had always been as cold as her father. Every time he looked at her, it was as if she were a worthless pile of rubbish. Even when he witnessed the maids mistreating her, he turned a blind eye. Chapter 935, show that was not an ideal situation either. That happened to be Madame Qiao's son. That's quite satisfying. It's good to see you happy. Shall we pay a visit to the Qiao family now? Sure, let's go. It was evident that they weren't afraid to create a stir. Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan had the advantage of a wagon, while Qiao Hongxi had to rely on his own 2 legs. Consequently, Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan reached the Qiao family faster than him. County Magistrate Qiao hadn't provided Xiao Yunduan with an introductory letter, but Xiao Yunduan had written a congratulatory letter after attaining the intermediate level, serving as proof. Additionally, Qiao Xian had been born in County Magistrate Qiao's office and hadn't returned to the Qiao family in the capital since then. However, the Qiao family was aware of her existence. Furthermore, Xiao Yunduan was the recommended candidate for the spring examination. Once they revealed their identities, the Qiao family wouldn't turn them away. They didn't take the wagon all the way to the entrance of the Qiao family. Instead, they alighted outside the alley, gave some money to the tea house, securely tied the wagon to the side, and walked toward the door alongside Songsher. After a while, the gatekeeper returned and invited them inside. As for the heads of the Qiao family, none of them came out to greet them. In the hall, Madam Lady Qiao, First Madam Qiao, Second Mrs. Qiao, and First Madam Qiao's youngest son, Qiao Hongming, the 4th son of the Qiao family, were present. Behind a folding screen were the 2 legitimate daughters of the second branch of the family, Qiao Feng and Qiao Li. The 2 sisters whispered to each other, snickering and ridiculing. They discussed Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan's arrival outside the Qiao family. Madam Lady Qiao and the others were more curious than hopeful. They maintained a guarded stance, knowing that if this couple sought any advantages from the Qiao family, they would never ask for help. First Madam Qiao remarked that he was merely the husband of a concubine's daughter. So what if he had become a recommended man? Becoming an advanced scholar was no easy feat. The world was filled with countless exceptional young talents, each one unique and extraordinary. How could a son-in-law of a concubine have a chance? If that man truly possessed exceptional abilities, he wouldn't have allowed himself to be taken advantage of by a concubine's daughter. First Madam Qiao's husband had attained the position of a 6th-ranked officer in the Ministry of Rights due to his connections with the imperial court. His days were numbered, and he was merely wasting his time. Their eldest son, Qiao Hongxi, served as an ordinary soldier in the imperial army, earning a modest income each month. The youngest son, Qiao Hongming, held the 4th position, yet he had no significant achievements to speak of. Second Mrs. Qiao's husband was unemployed, managing 2 small fields and 2 stores. Their son, Qiao Hongquang, the second son, devoted himself to studying and preparing for the imperial examination. However, he was 3 years older than Qiao Hongxi, the 3rd son, and was only considered a cultivated talent. Reaching the intermediate level would prove to be quite challenging for him. When the members of the 1st and 2nd branches of the family learned that County Magistrate Qiao and his son had both become intermediate advanced scholars, with County Magistrate Qiao even poised to become an advanced scholar himself, they couldn't help but feel a bitter sense of envy. County Magistrate Qiao would soon return to the capital and likely hold a higher position than Old Master Qiao. This fact greatly annoyed first Madame Qiao. Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan would not be warmly welcomed at the doorstep. As for Madame Lady Qiao, she held a bias towards her 3 sons, just like the short and long fingers she had. Chapter 936. Not good. Eldest son was the lineal son and she relied on him, so she valued him the most. Second son was obedient and had a bad health when he was young, so she spent a lot of efforts to take care of him, so the mother and the son had a very deep relationship. Her eldest son was the lineal elder son, and she had to take care of her second son, so her third son was neglected. She had intended to let her second son become successful in his studies, but her second son failed and her third son became an advanced scholar, which made Madame Lady Qiao feel very annoyed. It was as if she had proved that she had bad taste. Also, County Magistrate Qiao spent most of his time as an officer, so Madame Lady Qiao and her family became even more distant. When County Magistrate Qiao was seeking to return to the capital, his 2 brothers cheated him of money. Madame Lady Qiao knew about this, but pretended not to know. Later, her 2 daughter-in-laws gossiped behind her back and said, "Elle didn't expect that third son is so rich outside. We don't care, but he doesn't even know how to send some home to show respect to Mom. He only gives us 3 melons and 2 dates for the new year and Mom's birthday every year. He is so heartless." Madame Lady Qiao agreed deeply. She got even more annoyed and disliked County Magistrate Qiao even more. Therefore, no one in the room was nice to Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan. It was not difficult for Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan to cause trouble at the door. Hearing the gatekeeper's report, the 2 of them did not have a wagon, but only a page boy who was following them. He was dressed in ordinary clothes and did not have any precious things. The whole family immediately put them in the category of those who tried to steal something from them. Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan walked into the Qiao family with Songshi and greeted Madame Lady Qiao. Instantly, countless pairs of eyes turned to the couple. Those eyes were not polite at all. They were probing and sized up brazenly. If Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan were not mentally strong enough, they would have shivered under their stares. But they held a strong dislike for the Qiao family, harboring no intention of bowing down to them. Their tolerance had reached its limit. Qiao Xian, a member of the Qiao family, remained silent, unable to utter a word. Observing the situation, Xiao Yunduan arched his eyebrows and sneered. "How impolite of you! Is this how the esteemed Qiao family treats its guests?" "Ha!" A collective gasp resonated through the room. Everyone stood there, stunned and speechless. "Ha!" Second Mrs. Qiao huffed in disdain. First Madame Qiao also smiled, mocking Xiao Yunduan. "Impolite? You have quite the audacity." Xiao Yunduan scoffed. "If the Qiao family looks down on us, they could have asked us to leave. Such despicable behavior. How dare you?" Madame Lady Qiao's anger surged. "How dare you disrespect your elders? You have no manners." "Elders?" Xiao Yunduan retorted. "I have been here for a considerable amount of time, yet no one bothered to introduce you. So who exactly are the elders? Where are they? I waited at the entrance for quite a while before entering. What is the Qiao family up to?" Madame Lady Qiao's mothers and daughter-in-laws were left speechless. Embarrassment flooded their faces. Some matters couldn't be disclosed, as they would only lead to humiliation. However, this audacious son-in-law of the concubine's daughter seemed shameless beyond measure. How uncouth. It came as no surprise that he hailed from a small town. It came as no surprise that he was merely worthy of marrying the Qiao family's concubine's daughter. Chapter 937. Humiliation. Xiao Hongming grew increasingly irritated and forcefully slammed the table, bellowing, "No one invited you here. You came to our doorstep, and yet you're still so particular? Take a good look at yourself in the mirror." First Madame Qiao felt a slight alleviation of embarrassment and chimed in, "Indeed." Just then, Qiao Hongxi returned. Upon hearing that Qiao Xian was present with her husband, Qiao Hongxi became livid. "Qiao Xian?" Qiao Hongxi rushed into the main hall with a stern expression. From a distance, He overheard his cousin's angry voice, fueling his fury even more. This shameless creature. His anger was not directed at Qiao Hongming but at Qiao Xian. He firmly believed that it must have been Qiao Xian and her husband who had offended the entire family. As he stepped into the main hall, his gaze fell upon Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan, and his expression changed. What are you doing here? Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan were taken aback. Qiao Xian appeared startled, lowering her head and remaining silent. Xiao Yunduan swiftly moved to shield Xiao Xian behind him, countering Qiao Hongxi. It's you who can't afford the jade. Qiao Hongxi seethed with anger and snapped at Xiao Yunduan, you're Qiao Xian's husband? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you have any idea who I am? Qiao Xian, why are you hiding? Come out this instant. Qiao Hongxi felt a mix of fury and excitement. This was retribution in action. These two wretches had constantly belittled him, and now it was time for him to teach them a lesson. He found himself greatly surprised. Qiao Xian seemed to have transformed after all these years. She used to be timid and submissive, barely daring to breathe audibly in front of others. Had he not witnessed it himself, he wouldn't have believed that the person standing before him today was the lowly concubine's daughter. He felt utterly humiliated by her. Qiao Hongxi was consumed with a desire to thrash her to death. Qiao Xian is my wife, show some respect. Xiao Yunduan's irritation persisted upon hearing Qiao Hongxi's disrespectful address towards Qiao Xian. Qiao Hongxi sneered, I am her elder brother, and that is how I treat her. What's your opinion? Don't you know how to properly greet people? Xiao Yunduan retorted, reciprocity is at the core of etiquette. Since you are my wife's elder brother, I treat you the same way you treat me. You don't appear to be a person of good manners either. Is everyone in the Qiao family like this? Silence. How dare you? What a disgrace. The Qiao family grew exasperated. How audacious. How audacious. How could a son-in-law of a concubine's daughter dare to come to the Qiao family and behave in such a manner? While the Qiao family may have lost their noble title, in their eyes, they still stood as an illustrious family far beyond his reach. Did he truly believe that being a recommended man at the intermediate level made him so remarkable that he garnered praise from ignorant people in that small town of merely 500 meters? They were insignificant within the capital. To the Qiao family, they were nothing. How arrogant. Just leave this place. Qiao Hongxi bellowed so loudly that his voice cracked. Xiao Yunduan disdainfully remarked, why are you shouting like that? You're no scholar. Chapter 938, so cute. Qiao Hongxi's eyes widened, rendered speechless. He gasped heavily, his anger too overwhelming for words. He had never encountered such audacity. How dare she claim that he was not a scholar? It was unbearable. Nonsense. I am an advanced scholar. Yes, I hold a position at the Hanlin Academy. You, on the other hand, are no scholar. You lack scholarly qualifications. Xiao Yunduan maintained his disdainful expression. How humiliating. Qiao Xian lowered her head, suppressing her laughter. Her husband was simply adorable. Do you think you have the right to make me leave? My father-in-law stated that the Qiao family would take care of me and invited me to join them when I am in the capital. Madame Yuezheng and the others expressed caution and disgust. Don't even entertain such thoughts. Qiao Hongxi sneered. Taking care of you? You are not worthy. I highly doubt you'll ever attain the rank of an intermediate advanced scholar. Leave this place and spare yourself the embarrassment. Madame Yuezheng's face darkened. The Qiao family does not welcome individuals lacking manners. Do not tarnish the reputation of the Qiao family. Xiao Yunduan asserted, that is the nature of the Qiao family. I couldn't care less. Whether I achieve the status of an intermediate advanced scholar is none of your concern. You are not the examiner, thus you hold no authority. Qiao Hongxi trembled even more, angrily snapping at Qiao Xian. You wretched girl, why are you just standing there? Are you going to allow your husband to humiliate the Qiao family? Come here. Qiao Xian quivered, timidly approaching Qiao Hongxi. Xiao Yunduan panicked and tightly held on to Qiao Xian, preventing her from breaking free. Qiao Xian struggled in his grip but was unable to escape. She glanced at Xiao Yunduan, silently signaling him to let go. She didn't care if Qiao Hongxi scolded or even hit her. She secretly hoped that Qiao Hongxi would lose control and attack her. She had resolved to make Qiao Hongxi lose his composure and unleash his anger upon her. However, Xiao Yunduan saw through her intentions. He understood that her plan was the quickest and most convenient way to resolve the situation in the province, but he didn't want that. He couldn't bear to see her sacrifice herself. Qiao Xian sighed inwardly and lightly scratched his palm, surrendering. Xiao Yunduan slowly released his grip. Qiao Xian lifted her head, her once beautiful eyes turning cold. She turned to Qiao Hongxi. Third brother, just say what you want to say to my husband. My husband has never humiliated the Qiao family, nor has he made such remarks. Third brother, make it clear that you're not bullying us just because you have the advantage of numbers. The faces of the Qiao family members darkened. Qiao Hongxi felt even more humiliated in front of the senior members of the family. Fine, fine, you're so rebellious. You were never like this before, but now look at you. You don't deserve to be part of the Qiao family. Qiao Xian smiled. I am the daughter-in-law of the Qiao family, my husband's wife. What purpose did she serve as a daughter of the Qiao family? She had never taken advantage of her position when she was considered a member of the Qiao family. On the contrary, she had led a miserable existence. Hence, she didn't care. Qiao Hongxi was provoked by her nonchalant demeanor. He felt a sense of discomfort in his failure. You may be arrogant now, but when you face mistreatment in the future, you will have to beg us for help. At that time, you'll have to rely on us to defend you. Chapter 939. One slap. Elle never considered that. Qiao Xian raised her eyebrows with disdain. Remember this, I have never entertained such thoughts in the past, I am not entertaining them now, and I will never entertain them in the future. And what decision can you possibly make for me? Surely you don't believe that, do you? You, Qiao Hongxi's eyes widened with annoyance. The images of Qiao Xian, who mocked him for not being able to afford the jade, and Qiao Xian, who used to be timid at home, kept replaying in Qiao Hongxi's mind, intertwining and exacerbating his anger. He was on the verge of exploding. This audacious girl. Who did she think she was? How dare she flaunt herself in front of him? He had never taken her seriously, never even regarded her as a human being. Yet, one day, she had the audacity to confront him face to face, and he seemed incapable of besting her. No one could calmly accept such a transformation. For a proud and conceited person, that was inconceivable. How dare you? Qiao Hongxi slapped Xiao Xian across the face and snarled, Today, I will teach you a lesson. Qiao Hongxi's hand tingled from the impact of the slap. However, a twisted sense of satisfaction filled him as he raised his hand, preparing to strike her again. Xiao Yunduan swiftly seized his raised wrist, his expression icy. Qiao Hongxi trembled at the sharpness in Xiao Yunduan's eyes. Yet, when he considered his status as the elder brother, he straightened his posture and barked at Xiao Yunduan, What do you think you're doing? Let go of me. I am disciplining that wretched girl, you, ah. Xiao Yunduan delivered a forceful punch to Qiao Hongxi's stomach. Shame on you. Agonizing pain shot through Qiao Hongxi's body, causing his face to pale as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. He staggered backward, clutching his stomach, taking a long while to recover. Glaring at Xiao Yunduan with a mix of fear and shame, he uttered, How dare you strike me? I struck you, and if you dare lay a finger on my wife, I will strike you every time our paths cross. You're rebelling. Madame Yuezhing shouted angrily, slamming her hand on the table. How dare you? Where do you think you come from? How dare you raise a hand against us in our own home? Kneel down and confess your sins. Every girl in the Qiao family knows the rules. You will never set foot in our door again. Madame Yuezhing breathed heavily, her anger palpable. As a grandmother with many grandchildren, she had always treated Qiao Hongxi well. But witnessing her own lineal grandson being struck by the husband of a concubine's granddaughter ignited a fierce rage within her. It was a humiliation. First Madame Qiao and second Mrs. Qiao exchanged glances, their expressions filled with delight. They eagerly anticipated the clash between the lineal and concubine's branches of the family. "Didn't you hear what Madame Yuejing said? Kneel down and apologize. Show some manners." "That's right, Qiao Xian, you are a daughter of the Qiao family. Don't you care about your own kin? How did third sister-in-law raise this concubine's daughter to be so arrogant?" "Exactly." Qiao Hongxi signaled for a maid to assist him in standing, and with one hand on his stomach, he retorted coldly, "Don't misunderstand, second aunt-in-law. Some people are born with a lowly nature, and no amount of teaching can improve them. It has nothing to do with my mother." Chapter 940, Tears. Qiao Xian removed her hands from her face, revealing a swollen left cheek. Despite the pain, she remained composed and not excessively angered. Her original plan was to provoke Qiao Hongxi into taking action, but Xiao Yunduan had intervened, causing her to reconsider. However, Qiao Hongxi had still struck her with full force, leaving a stinging sensation. Xiao Yunduan gently touched her face, filled with remorse and guilt. "I'm sorry," Qiao Xian smiled and shook her head in response. She glanced at Madame Yuejing and the others, a sneer forming on her lips. "Qiao Hongxi attacked me first. Are you all blind? Is the Qiao family always so shameless? Am I arrogant? No matter how arrogant I may be, I cannot compare to the Qiao family. You not only exhibit arrogance, but also distort the truth and bully others. Madam Lady Qiao, is this how the Qiao family behaves? It's truly pitiful. No wonder you find yourselves in such dire straits." "Silence. How dare you? You have no right to speak about the Qiao family. You're just a concubine's daughter, nothing more." Madam Lady Qiao was so infuriated that she nearly lost control. If Qiao Xian had been married, she would have been slapped and banished from the premises to repent. "Qiao Xian, if you refuse to kneel down and apologize, you will no longer be considered a part of the Qiao family. From this moment onward, you will be completely disowned." First Madame Qiao and second Mrs. Qiao breathed a sigh of relief. That would be perfect. What purpose did it serve to keep such a bothersome concubine's daughter around? It would be better to sever ties and avoid further trouble. Upon the return of third brother and his wife, Qiao Xian planned to reveal the incident to them, intending to humiliate the couple. They had been contemplating how to assert their dominance over the couple, eager to establish a position of advantage or superiority. However, that opportunity had already presented itself. "In that case, we have no ties." Qiao Xian appeared angry and wronged. But her youth and impulsiveness became apparent when she realized Madame Lady Qiao's words. "I am the daughter-in-law of the Xiao family, and I want nothing to do with you." Xiao Yunduan sneered. "Words alone hold no weight. Will you dare to put it in writing?" "Ah. Write a contract. Write it now. Inform the clan to remove this wench from our family." Madame Lady Qiao bellowed. Xiao Yunduan grew even more arrogant, sneering. "Then hurry up, don't waste our time. What are you waiting for, Hongxi? Write it immediately." Qiao Hongxi sneered, filled with pride. "Yes, Grandma." With those words, he instructed someone to fetch the necessary materials for writing, fully intending to do so in front of Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan. He felt inwardly elated, certain that a woman without her own family's support would never find happiness within her husband's family. He planned to make Xiao Xian suffer so immensely that she would have no one to defend her. Wasn't she arrogant? One day, she would weep. She would pay for her actions. Even if she knelt before her family and pleaded for forgiveness, they would not bat an eye. She was a domineering and foolish person who deserved no sympathy. As for Xiao Yunduan, he was merely a conceited man. What true skills did he possess? How could he have the audacity to participate in the spring examination in the capital? Someone would surely teach him a lesson. He was going to wait and see that happens. Chapter 941, Severance Letter. Observing Qiao Hongxi's hostile glare, Qiao Xian remained calm and composed, her heart filled with a cold detachment. It was understandable that Madame Lady Qiao and the others despised her. After all, they shared blood ties, albeit with a layer of separation between them. But Qiao Hongxi, as her biological brother, had not defended her when Madame Yuezhing declared their disassociation. Instead, he displayed a smug and proud expression. It appeared that he didn't consider her as family. Fine. Qiao Xian realized that she had no true familial connection with the Qiao family, which made things simpler. Soon, the letter of disassociation was written. Madame Yuezhing sneered. If you kneel and kowtow to me now, perhaps I might forgive you. Otherwise, you will never have the opportunity. You are no longer allowed to set foot in the Qiao family, and you must never utter a word about the Qiao family to anyone. If you cause any trouble, the Qiao family will not intervene. Qiao Hongxi seemed concerned that Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan might have regrets. Before they could respond to Madame Yuezhing, he handed them the letter. Take it and leave. Remember, you are forbidden from returning to the Qiao family, and you cannot claim any affiliation with us. Qiao Xian glanced at him and smiled. I cannot accept this letter of disassociation. What do you mean? Qiao Hongxi sneered. Regretting your decision? It's too late. Madame Yuezheng and the old master of the Qiao family did not affix their fingerprints to the letter, so I'm concerned that you may go back on your word. Qiao Xian's seemingly casual remark caused an uproar within the Qiao family. How dare you? How unreasonable. You. Fine. Bring me the letter of disassociation, and I will sign it. Madame Yuezheng glared at Qiao Xian, her gaze filled with a desire to inflict harm. She scowled. You certainly hold yourself in high regard. First Madame Qiao sneered as well. She turned to the relative beside her and ordered, Go fetch the old master and inform him that something is amiss at home. Second Mrs. Qiao didn't want to be left behind. Bring second old master here too. Soon, the two Qiao family patriarchs returned to the mansion, their expressions far from pleasant upon seeing Xiao Yunduan and Qiao Xian. Old Master Qiao exuded an air of dignity, even emitting a contemptuous snort through pursed lips. Evidently, Qiao Xian had divulged everything to the servants during their journey. They held no fondness for Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan either. However, their overconfidence failed to intimidate Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan. Xiao Yunduan spoke, You must be the old master and second old master of the Qiao family. Please sign the contract and provide us with the letter. We shall take our leave. Xiao Yunduan's tone and expression irked the two patriarchs, fueling their annoyance further. It was no wonder the entire family found these two individuals exasperating. They were insufferable. How impolite of you. You don't even know how to address me as uncle. How ill-mannered. Sign it. The second old master sneered. Are you serious? Don't you dare regret this. Qiao Xian retorted, Why would we regret it? Or is it you who regrets? Madame Lady Qiao made the promise, and you lack the filial devotion to honor it. Chapter 942, shows, absurd. The two Qiao family patriarchs grew infuriated by their impudence. Reluctantly, the brothers signed the contract and sneered. How did the Qiao family produce a daughter like you? When third brother and his wife return, I will certainly inquire about this as their elder brother. Xiao Yunduan took the letter and began reading it. Qiao Xian maintained a calm smile. Sure, go ahead and ask them. If it's convenient, you can even let me know their responses. I'm curious to see how they've been educating their children all these years. The two old masters stood dumbfounded, caught off guard by Qiao Xian's audacity. Madame Lady Qiao grew increasingly annoyed. Just leave already. Xiao Yunduan gently pulled Qiao Xian. Let's go. Qiao Xian nodded and followed him, without casting a backward glance. The Qiao family seethed with anger, hurling curses at Xiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan for their unreasonable behavior. They continued to blame County Magistrate Qiao and Madame Qiao for raising such a rebellious girl. It was utterly humiliating. Suddenly, second Mrs. Qiao smiled at Qiao Hongxi. "Oh, by the way, Hongxi, you seemed familiar with them. Have you met them before?" Madame Lady Qiao also recalled. "Yes, Hongxi, how did you come across them?" Qiao Hongxi felt somewhat embarrassed. He had been humiliated by Xiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan right before his eyes. Therefore, he vaguely replied, "I bumped into those two individuals on the street, and they ended up accusing and scolding me. I knew they weren't good people. They're just troublemakers." Madame Lady Qiao displayed a look of disgust. "Bitches will always be bitches. They're foolish and despicable. I was concerned they would continue to bother us, but it seems it's all too easy. If anyone dares to approach our doorstep again, instruct the gatekeeper to drive them away immediately." They all nodded in agreement. Old Master Qiao chimed in, "Mom, Xiao Yunduan appears to be dim-witted, and he's certainly not qualified to become an advanced scholar. After the spring examination, they'll leave the capital and never return. Let's just pretend they don't exist. I don't think we need to inform the clan about this. What do you think?" Removal from the clan was a significant matter. They would have to report the reasons to the relatives within the clan, and both parties would provide a clear explanation in person. Then, the clan would decide whether to proceed with the removal. Although the Qiao family had the final say within the circle, going through the motions to formally remove Qiao Xian from the clan would still bring humiliation to the Qiao family if word got out. It wasn't pleasant to have raised such a mischievous daughter within the Qiao family. Madame Yuezhing pondered for a moment and nodded. "All right, that's a fair deal for her." As soon as Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan stepped out of the Qiao family, they clung to each other, crying in each other's arms. They gazed up at the gate of the Qiao family, tears streaming down their faces. Xiao Yunduan wore an expression of fury as he patted her back, gently comforting her. Willow Branch Alley was a bustling and populous street, filled with residents and numerous small vendors who frequented the area to sell their wares. Everyone enjoyed watching a spectacle. Many household servants and maidservants couldn't help but gather around, whispering to each other with curiosity. Chapter 943, Bullying. Songshur wiped his tears and vented his frustration to the others. He accused the Qiao family of being snobbish and haughty. Their young Madame Qiao, being the daughter of a concubine, and their recommended man, hailing from the countryside, were not regarded highly by the Qiao family. Despite visiting the seniors in the capital for the examination, they were inexplicably humiliated. Young Madame Qiao couldn't bear the grievance and was even slapped twice. She told them to leave and never come back, and she even wrote a letter severing their relationship. Writing such a letter was no easy task, and upon hearing these words, the 10 individuals listening to the commotion gasped collectively. A letter of severance? Did I hear that correctly? Goodness, that's going too far. What happened? Something must have occurred for the Qiao family to do this, right? Hee, we all know what the Qiao family is like. Looking down on a concubine's daughter and son-in-law is not surprising. Exactly, no matter the circumstances, the couple traveled all the way to the capital and didn't even want to be associated with their relatives. They must have been offended in some way. And the Qiao family, That's true. The Qiao family's gatekeeper witnessed the whole incident and rushed inside to relay the message. Just as Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan were about to leave, Xiao Yunduan held Xiao Xian's hand and they departed. Back at the Qiao family, the gatekeeper hesitated to disturb Madame Lady Qiao, so he reported to First Madame Qiao instead. She sneered, "How audacious they are. They dare to bring ruin to our family. Gather some people and drive them away." Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan had barely left when the Qiao family's gatekeeper and 3 or 4 fierce servants rushed out. The onlookers continued to observe the spectacle. Witnessing the menacing expressions of the Qiao family servants, they exchanged knowing glances among themselves. What else was there to comprehend? TSK, what a bully. It seemed that Xiao Xian's assessment was accurate. As they boarded the wagon, Xiao Yunduan instructed Songshi, who was driving, head to the nearest medical center. Xiao Xian glanced up at him and mustered a smile. The pain in my face has subsided. It'll be fine with just a damp cloth. Xiao Yunduan gently caressed her cheek and spoke in a low, resonant voice. It must still hurt. I never expected Qiao Hongxi to be so heartless. Qiao Xian was his sister, and he couldn't simply treat her with indifference. It wasn't necessary. Furthermore, Qiao Xian, as a married concubine's daughter, posed no threat to him. When he heard the sound of the slap, Xiao Yunduan's heart skipped a beat. He felt an intense urge to retaliate against Qiao Hongxi. He couldn't bear to see his beloved wife being subjected to such cruelty. His emotions oscillated between heartbreak, anger, and guilt. He berated himself for not being strong enough to confront these arrogant individuals. Yet, he took solace in the fact that they had made it this far and were poised to progress further. Qiao Xian smiled, tugging at Xiao Yunduan's sleeve as she spoke sweetly, "Don't worry like this. I truly don't feel much pain. Look at Qiao Hongxi's feeble hands, how strong could he possibly be? Moreover, we aren't at a disadvantage. See, we obtained the letter of severance, and we even staged a scene at the Qiao family's gate. In reality, compared to the letter, this slap means nothing. If it means severing ties with the Qiao family, I can endure even 10 slaps." Chapter 944, Grievance. Qiao Xian's eyes widened, and she froze in place. Xiao Yunduan leaned in and tenderly kissed her lips. It was as if he was concerned that the handprint on her face might cause her pain, so he kissed her with utmost care and gentleness. He pressed his cool lips against hers and then released her. Qiao Xian's cheeks turned crimson. She lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. It was such a humiliating situation. A surprise attack. It felt improper. Observing her head lowered, her ears tinged with a blush, and her neck adorned with a faint layer of redness, Xiao Yunduan felt a sense of satisfaction. So his wife could become shy so easily. What would she do in the future? As he pondered this, a burning sensation surged in his heart. Recalling the tenderness of their kiss, Xiao Yunduan's eyes narrowed. He grasped Xiao Xian's hands and spoke softly, "You mustn't behave like this anymore. I won't allow it." Xiao Yunduan was consumed by anger, thinking about how Qiao Xian could have evaded Qiao Hongxi's slap. She wouldn't have been subjected to such a harsh blow from him. But she didn't even attempt to dodge it. It was as if she purposely let herself be slapped. Qiao Xian was taken aback. She turned to face him. Xiao Yunduan grew exasperated, yet he couldn't help but chuckle. He pinched her cheeks gently. "You have to stay away from doing that." Qiao Xian blinked and averted her gaze, offering a smile. "Oh, you caught me. I was planning to dodge it, but I thought getting slapped would make it more convincing." Xiao Yunduan remained silent as he gazed at her. Qiao Xian was quickly defeated. All right, I'll dodge it next time. I don't need your pity. I don't need your pity anymore." Qiao Xian exclaimed, her voice filled with determination. Qiao Xian's words warmed her heart. She nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Despite her inner happiness, when she smiled, she inadvertently moved the corner of her mouth too much, causing a twinge of pain from her wound. Xiao Yunduan, who had been smiling back at her, grew alarmed once again. "Does it hurt? Just endure it a little longer. Songshi, why are you driving so slowly? Hurry." With urgency, Xiao Yunduan guided Xiao Xian into the clinic, calling out for a doctor. His anxious tone startled the doctor, who assumed a highly important patient had arrived, and greeted them with utmost seriousness. However, upon seeing Xiao Yunduan's request for a diagnosis of Qiao Xian's facial injury, the doctor became tongue-tied. He glared at him and muttered, "It's just a superficial wound, isn't it? Take a bottle of ointment home, apply it a few times, and there won't be any trace left. What's the point of making a fuss?" Xiao Yunduan couldn't believe it. Is that really enough? Look at her swollen face, it's a serious injury. Shouldn't you prescribe additional medicine? The doctor glared back. Feeling humiliated, Qiao Xian kicked Xiao Yunduan and spoke to the doctor. Just ignore him. He's intoxicated and speaking nonsense. Please give us some ointment. Xiao Yunduan was about to say something when Qiao Xian shot him a glare, silencing him. Yet, she still felt nervous as she observed Qiao Xian. Chapter 945. Unexplainable. Qiao Xian took the ointment from the doctor and requested a basin of water to clean their faces before leaving. The doctor stared at Xiao Yunduan for a while, then waved his hand impatiently. Just go. Expressing gratitude, Xiao Yunduan led Qiao Xian to the back hall. Qiao Xian remained silent, conflicted between feelings of humiliation and happiness. Upon returning home, Xiao Yunduan instructed Songshe not to reveal his identity or show up in person. He even enlisted the help of some idlers to spread the news about what had transpired earlier that day. They didn't need to worry about the cost. The news would circulate within Liuji Alley, bringing benefits to Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan. Considering the Qiao family's lack of popularity in the capital and their avoidance of causing trouble, it was unlikely to draw much attention from the wider city. Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian weren't naive enough to spread the animosity between the Qiao family and the concubine's daughter throughout the entire capital. However, they could ensure it circulated within Liuji Alley. That would be sufficient. If a similar incident occurred in the future, the Qiao family would find themselves at a disadvantage. Soon enough, the news began to spread throughout Liuji Alley. The Qiao family is so heartless. Absolutely. Even if she's a concubine's daughter, she's still part of the family. And she's already married, yet they show no mercy. Poor girl, her face is swollen, and she's in tears. It's just a few pennies, and the Qiao family can't even afford that. How stingy. I heard the concubine's son-in-law is a recommended scholar, and if he becomes an advanced scholar, the Qiao family will look so foolish, hee. Exactly, we can't let them off the hook just like that. The Qiao family became increasingly frustrated upon hearing the gossip. They're just spreading baseless rumors. What do they know? They're just indulging in idle chatter. Madam Lady Qiao's appetite was greatly affected by her annoyance. The infuriating part was not that the Qiao family was accused of mistreating them, it was that the accusations were entirely unfounded. She felt deeply humiliated by the false accusations. The outsiders had no idea how insufferable Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan truly were, far more arrogant than anyone could imagine. The Qiao family, unwilling to be deceived, attempted to fight back. However, to their surprise, no one believed their side of the story. The idea that the concubine's daughter and her husband would be audacious enough to provoke and disrespect the senior members of the Qiao family, even demanding a letter of severance, how preposterous. Were the Qiao family out of their minds? How could they utter such absurd claims? Madam Lady Qiao realized that she had to concoct a convincing narrative. Otherwise, she would appear utterly ridiculous. After all, they were newcomers, and the son-in-law of the Qiao family was preparing for the spring examination. What purpose would they have in provoking the Qiao family? Normally, people would seek their favor to garner support. And to suggest that she had willingly requested the letter of severance, how absurd. Moreover, what about the slap on the concubine's daughter's face? Did she slap herself? The Qiao family found themselves speechless. Aside from vehemently insisting on the truth, they couldn't offer any plausible explanations. We're telling the truth, I swear. Chapter 946, unreasonable that would make them have even less reputation. The Qiao family got increasingly annoyed. But no matter what she said, they could not defend themselves. Madam Lady Qiao got so annoyed that she could not eat. So with the two daughter-in-law's instigation, County Magistrate Qiao and Madam Qiao were cursed at full blast. They were considered as so unreliable that Qiao Xian turned out to be such a rebellious person who set up the whole family. Even Qiao Hongxi, as their son, was implicated. Madam Lady Qiao did not even want to speak with him for a few days. The first section of the family and the second section of the family were even more displeased. Qiao Hongxi felt both angry and humiliated. But he did not blame Madam Lady Qiao, the first section of the family or the second section of the family, but Xiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan. It was all their fault. She had nothing to do with her family anymore, but she still caused them so much trouble. How horrible. But he had no idea where the couple lived, and he could not do anything about it. He had to keep it himself. On the contrary, Xiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan had been paying attention to what was going on at Liuji Alley. Hearing that the Qiao family made a mistake, Xiao Xian laughed. That was interesting. Well, when her father and lineal mother returned to the capital, things would get even more interesting. As the spring examination approached, the imperial examination candidates from the intermediate examination were all here, and there were many gatherings taking place everywhere. The impetuous and anxious atmosphere spread around all the time. Xiao Yunduan, Lu Min, and Gu Zhio did not like this. In order not to get involved, they did not attend many gatherings. But they were also going somewhere they picked. For example, the grand gathering at Pear Garden in the north of the city was going to be attended by the three of them. They had thought that it was a very high-profile gathering that involved the essence of knowledge, but the topic went to a different direction. Xiao Yunduan got tired of hearing that. He got up and went away alone. The scenery here was very good. A large patch of Pear Garden was in full bloom, and the wind blew past the white petals and snow. It was very beautiful under the sun. Xiao Yunduan was thinking about taking his wife to have a look around the next day, because the flowers would have withered if they were a few days late. As they ventured beyond the Pear Garden, they arrived at a serene lakeside adorned with flourishing reeds and encircled by graceful water birds. The tranquil reflection of the sky and clouds instilled a sense of relaxation. While strolling along, Xiao Yunduan's attention was abruptly captured by a silver-blue brocade handkerchief resting on a low bush. The exquisite embroidery and fine texture suggested that it was no ordinary accessory for a common girl. Xiao Yunduan found himself in a dilemma. The area was bustling with people today, many of whom were leisurely enjoying the Pear Garden's picturesque scenery. The conspicuousness of the handkerchief raised concerns. What if it fell into the hands of an ill-mannered individual, potentially causing trouble? He pondered the possibility of retrieving it and disposing of it discreetly later, thus preventing any innocent girl from suffering harm. However, an inherent reluctance prevented Xiao Yunduan from directly involving himself in such affairs. He hesitated, standing still as he contemplated his next move. In the midst of his deliberations, two young and handsome men, one appearing to be the master and the other his servant, rushed towards him, seemingly in search of something. Xiao Yunduan's heart skipped a beat. Swiftly, he bent down and concealed the handkerchief within his sleeves before approaching the couple. With curiosity and concern evident in his voice, he inquired, "What is it that you're searching for?" Chapter 947, Handkerchief. The lady and servant appeared startled by Xiao Yunduan's presence. The servant instinctively shielded his mistress and cast a menacing glare in his direction. Xiao Yunduan, taken aback, quickly comprehended the situation. These individuals were not handsome men as he initially thought, rather, they were likely a lady accompanied by her maid. Having spent time with Xiao Xian, who occasionally disguised himself as a man, Xiao Yunduan was well acquainted with women dressed in male attire. He even believed his own wife outperformed the figure before him in masquerading as a man, although she too could not endure close scrutiny. The maid seemed to perceive Xiao Yunduan as a troublemaker, emitting a disdainful snort and fixing him with an aggressive gaze. "None of your business. Step aside." Frowning, Xiao Yunduan felt a sense of revulsion. However, considering the circumstances, a woman and an unfamiliar man of unknown background and character, it was reasonable for them to exercise caution. If the handkerchief truly belonged to this lady, he could return it to her. Xiao Yunduan straightforwardly voiced his intention. "I came across a handkerchief earlier. Could you inform me, where is it? Show it to us immediately." The two maids turned pale, and before Xiao Yunduan could finish his sentence, the maid snapped at him, perceiving a threat in his words. Disgust mounting, Xiao Yunduan retained his composure and calmly replied, "Apologies, but I am unaware of the handkerchief's owner. If it belongs to you, kindly describe its embroidery. If your description matches, I will gladly return it. The maid became furious. You, humph. The lady interjected, her laughter tinged with intrigue, as she cast an appraising glance in Xiao Yunduan's direction. Young master, you are quite bold. My handkerchief bears an embroidery of peony flowers, with the word Shan adorning the side. Would you like to verify? Her final statement clearly carried a playful tone. Without scrutinizing the handkerchief closely, Xiao Yunduan returned it to the lady. No need, I believe it is yours. He nodded at her and proceeded to depart. Young master, the lady called out, halting his departure, and chuckled. Might I inquire about your name, young master? Are you also participating in the spring examination? Xiao Yunduan paused momentarily, deliberately ignoring her, and walked away swiftly, soon disappearing from their view. The lady, Tian Shanshan, found even greater amusement in the encounter. She chuckled gleefully, her beautiful phoenix eyes reflecting her genuine interest. She murmured to herself, this person is quite intriguing. It's rare to encounter such an interesting and well-mannered young master. The handkerchief was crafted from palace-grade incense figurine, a material discernible to anyone, even those unaware of its significance. Its embroidery exemplified exquisite artistry, requiring several days for even the most skilled embroiderers to complete. Being a recommended man, Xiao Yunduan possessed astuteness. He could discern that the person owning such a handkerchief undoubtedly hailed from an exceptional family. If the handkerchief were to be found in someone else's possession, it would pose a significant inconvenience. With the approaching spring examination, everyone sought advantageous connections. A great opportunity might have presented itself right before him, yet he disregarded it entirely, not even entertaining a conversation. This man proved to be truly captivating. As Tian Shanshan pondered, his handsome countenance, tall and slender like bamboo, and his captivating black gem-like eyes resurfaced in her mind. Heat tinged her cheeks, and her heart skipped a beat in response. Chapter 948, Not Fighting. A shy smile graced Tian Shanshan's face. Fu, perplexed by the situation, breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing he understood, or else we would have given him a lesson. Indeed, Tian Shanshan replied, glancing at Fu and chuckling. Let's not speak of that again. Isn't he handsome, well-mannered, kind-hearted, and knowledgeable? Taken aback, Fu turned to Tian Shanshan, her eyes widened as she stuttered, Miss, you can't be. Tian Shanshan blushed, but maintained her composure. Enough, it's too early to discuss such matters. As the Minister of Personnel's direct daughter, the niece of the esteemed concubine Mei in the palace, and the cousin protected by His Highness the Fourth Prince, Tian Shanshan had her standards set high. Only a talented and handsome top-ranked scholar would be deemed worthy as a potential husband. Others simply did not measure up. Yet, due to her genuine interest in this man, she cared little even if he were not the top-ranked scholar. Nevertheless, Fu was shocked beyond words, her hand instinctively covering her mouth to stifle a potential scream. What had gotten into her lady? How could she develop affections for a man awaiting the examination results? Thankfully, her lady still retained her rationality. Soon, Tian Shanshan confided in the other intermediate girls in the capital, revealing her infatuation with a candidate poised to succeed in the imperial examination. She made it clear that once the results were announced, no one would be permitted to interfere. In essence, she implied that even if other families sought to secure a son-in-law, they would have to wait until she had made her choice. Tian Shanshan held a prominent status among the noble ladies in the capital's intermediate circle and enjoyed considerable popularity. There was no favored princess in the palace, and those born of concubines paled in comparison to her. None dared to defy her wishes. The noble ladies playfully teased Tian Shanshan, eagerly inquiring about the identity of the man in question. Tian Shanshan maintained her enigmatic smile and offered no answers. She had no intention of divulging any information until everything was clarified. What if the man failed to secure the top-ranked scholar position? In that case, she had no intention of letting anyone know about her connection with him. Word of this affair spread like wildfire, reaching even the imperial capital of Qishuan. People even approached Officer Tian from the Ministry of Personnel to inquire about the matter. Officer Tian could only smile helplessly, regarding it as his daughter's marriage. As long as she was happy, he and his wife trusted her judgment. If it worked out, it would undoubtedly become an extraordinary tale. Emperor Xian found the situation intriguing and grew interested. He declared that he would orchestrate a grand wedding for the newlyweds, allowing Officer Tian to bestow his daughter in a magnificent manner. Officer Tian was overjoyed. Truthfully, he was not overly concerned. He understood his daughter's prideful nature, as she regarded all noble families, princes, kings, and young masters of the capital with disdain. He had no knowledge of the identity of the imperial examination candidate, but he was confident that his daughter's choice would be to his liking. They lacked neither power nor status. What they needed were individuals of exceptional talent. He couldn't wait to welcome such a son-in-law into the family. Given Tian Shanshan's status as the revered daughter of heaven, news of the affair quickly spread throughout the capital. After all, the 8 trigrams of the top noble families held immense fascination for everyone. Qiao Xian and the other recommended men were well aware of the situation. The candidates grew increasingly restless, all attempting to discern who the fortunate individual might be. Being the Minister of Personnel's lineal daughter and having connections with noble consort Mei and the 4th prince, marrying Tian Shanshan would undoubtedly lead to a prosperous future. Chapter 949, Madness. They engaged in speculation regarding the potential candidates. The candidates humbly denied any involvement while secretly reveling in the possibility. Many individuals began ingratiating themselves with the candidates. Some self-centered candidates dismissed the notion of being the one, believing themselves to be superior to others. Although they might not possess the same wealth, they considered themselves more advanced. Lady Tian was not a superficial person, and perhaps she valued talent above all else. Or perhaps it was simply fate that had brought them together. They saw an opportunity before the final revelation. Qiao Xian was delighted, even engaging in conversation with Xiao Yunduan and asking for his opinion on the culprit. Xiao Yunduan found himself torn between amusement and exasperation. He had no idea of Lady Tian's preferences. Besides himself, no one else could accurately guess which recommended man she favored. These people had far too much free time on their hands. Furthermore, Lady Tian must have been teasing them all. Qiao Xian also smiled and responded, "Darling, you're absolutely right. It doesn't matter who he is, as long as it's not you." Xiao Yunduan grinned. Of course. Being already married, he knew he wasn't in the running. Little did they know that Tian Shanshan possessed such unwavering confidence that she could speak her mind freely when she found someone interesting. She had never considered anything beyond that, nor did she care. The scholars, advanced scholars, and young scholars from the Hanlin Academy were all envious of Tian Shanshan's privileged position as the Minister of Personnel's daughter. They couldn't help but wonder why such a fortuitous event didn't happen during their own spring examinations. It would have been marvelous. The accomplished advanced scholars, who had already passed the spring examination and were still young, felt that they should be considered as well. They believed they were not inferior in any way. Qiao Hongxi was among those consumed by envy and ambition. Qiao Hongxi was highly motivated but also envious of Tian Shanshan's prospects. They couldn't help but think that the heavens were unjust. If Lady Tian valued talent, it would be a great loss to exclude them. If Lady Tian had set her sights on the scholars from the Hanlin Academy, they might have caught her attention. If she married into their family, the Qiao family would treat her well, and he would undoubtedly rise above his siblings. More importantly, marrying Lady Tian was akin to marrying the 4th prince. If the 4th prince or concubine Mei spoke highly of him to the emperor, the earl's title could be restored. At that point, he would bask in glory. The more Qiao Hongxi dwelled on these thoughts, the more he convinced himself that he could be the fortunate one. However, he wasn't willing to give up. He would always dress up and intentionally pass by the Tian family's residence. Chapter 950, 1 in a million. They would pretend to pass by or go shopping, hoping to coincidentally encounter the lady of the Tian family. What if Lady Tian was still available, and he still had a chance? However, Qiao Hongxi became increasingly annoyed as she noticed many people aimlessly loitering around the Tian family's residence. She recognized some of them. It was exasperating. They acted as if they didn't know each other. Noble families, princes, kings, and even monarchs laughed at them behind their backs, mocking their attempts to reach beyond their station and surpass their own worth. They went to great lengths to make it happen. How humiliating. Elder Miss, with her proud nature, would never fall for their schemes. Soon, the time for the spring examination arrived. The sky was clear, without a cloud for miles. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze blew, refreshing without causing heat. It was the perfect time. In the middle of the night, Qiao Xian, Li Xia, and Li Qiao stood outside the courtyard, watching as Xiao Yunduan boarded the wagon. As the wagon driven by Songshi departed, it soon disappeared around the corner of the alley. Qiao Xian wasn't particularly superstitious, but in this moment, she clasped her hands together and began to pray. Amitabha. Xiao Yunduan had become a disciple of a master and had acquired valuable professional books and records from the Xia family for reference. He was already exceptionally talented. However, at this moment, Qiao Xian, who had always been confident in him, began to doubt herself. After all, this was the spring examination. It was much more challenging than the college entrance examination. 1 in a million. Even if he was 1 in a million, success depended on luck. Young madam, our fifth master is incredibly capable. He will definitely make it. Yes, our fifth master is the provincial champion. Li Xia and Li Qiao tried to console Qiao Xian. Qiao Xian smiled. Though they were just words, they were comforting. She felt a bit relieved. All right, let's go home and wait for the good news. Her husband was the provincial champion and exceptionally talented. He had been fortunate to become a disciple of the Xia family and meet Xie Jingrong. His good fortune would continue. 9 days passed quickly as they awaited the intermediate results. When Xiao Yunduan returned home, Qiao Xian couldn't sit still during the journey. She was too nervous to ask him anything. On the other hand, Xiao Yunduan appeared calm. Despite looking tired, he took Qiao Xian's hands and smiled gently at her. Darling, I should have done well. Being an advanced scholar should be within reach. Suddenly, Qiao Xian understood the situation. She nodded with a bright smile. Yes, young Master Xie spoke highly of my husband's knowledge, and we're all anticipating good news. There will be good news. Qiao Xian raised her eyebrows and smiled. You should write a letter to the Qiao family and share the good news with them. Xiao Yunduan chuckled. That's a great idea. The two of them chatted and laughed, and gradually, Qiao Xian began to relax. Xiao Yunduan was exhausted. He went home, took a shower, washed his hair, ate a bowl of porridge, and went to bed. He didn't wake up until the next afternoon. As sunlight streamed onto the floor, Xiao Yunduan felt a sense of drifting. The spring examination was over. Chapter 951, Self-Awareness in the evening, Qiao Xian prepared a nourishing feast for Xiao Yunduan. She stewed black chicken soup with red dates, white fruits, lotus seeds, and Gastrodia alata, made a beef wild mushroom griddle, steamed river eels, and braised pork. They also opened a small jar of strong and fragrant double-ninth liquor to celebrate and replenish his body. Even the most accomplished individuals would feel nervous and anxious in such a high-pressure test environment. After enduring the ordeal, everyone felt exhausted and drained. They needed some replenishment. The delicious food brought a sense of contentment to Xiao Yunduan as he looked at Qiao Xian. There was nothing more satisfying than a home-cooked meal with its familiar taste after a challenging competition. Gathered together as a family, with warm lighting, even the idle chatter became a source of great satisfaction in the world. The next day, Lu Min and Gu Zhio came to visit together. Although they had rested for a day, they still appeared weary. Their faces showed signs of fatigue, with dark circles under their eyes from lack of rest. The couple greeted Qiao Xian with a smile, addressing her as Mrs. Qiao. Qiao Xian sensed their anxiety, as if they lacked confidence in their performance on the examination. She didn't dwell on it and invited them to stay for lunch, hoping they could sit down and chat with Xiao Yunduan. She went to make the necessary preparations. During their conversation, Lu Min and her husband seemed to be in a better mood after lunch. Their smiles grew wider. Qiao Xian couldn't help but ask Xiao Yunduan about the 8 trigrams. Xiao Yunduan chuckled. It should be fine, but it depends on the examiner. Qiao Xian sighed. Yes, it all depends on the examiner. Unlike the college entrance examination, where there were standardized answers, points, and clear steps, here it was different. The outcome relied on whether the essays appealed to the taste of the examiners, and that element was subject to luck. However, if the essay was written with steadiness, it was unlikely to be faulted. There was a chance for Xiao Yunduan to become an intermediate advanced scholar, but his exact ranking was uncertain. After taking a few days of rest at home, Xiao Yunduan decided to accompany Qiao Xian as they ventured out. There were numerous gatherings among the candidates, but Xiao Yunduan, Lu Min, and Gu Zhio were not interested in participating, so they chose not to attend. The couple set out towards the outskirts of the capital together. Xiao Yunduan wanted to keep his wife company since he had no other pressing matters to attend to. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side, as they unexpectedly ran into Qiao Hongxi once again. Both parties fell into an awkward silence. They were about to ignore each other and continue enjoying the scenery on their boat when Qiao Hongxi refused to let them be. He sneered and said, "Leaving as soon as you see me? Feeling guilty, are you?" Qiao Xian replied, "Who are you?" "It's you." Qiao Hongxi grew even more irritated. He sneered at Xiao Yunduan, saying, "Why are you so arrogant? The rankings will be released soon. Are you confident that you'll make it to the intermediate level?" Xiao Yunduan smiled. "I have no idea." Ha! Qiao Hongxi became even more smug. "At least you're self-aware about your abilities." Chapter 952, Bet with Qiao Hongxi. Qiao Xian chuckled. Before the rankings are released, no one can say that they have become intermediate. Or did you dare to? So my husband is telling the truth. He knows nothing about himself. Qiao Hongxi sneered. You know what you are capable of, right? Qiao Xian said, "Of course." Qiao Hongxi. How annoying. Qiao Xian chuckled. Young Master Qiao, what about making a bet? Qiao Hongxi sneered. A bet? Yeah. Qiao Xian threw a look at Xiao Yunduan and saw that Xiao Yunduan had no intention of stopping her. She continued with a smile. If my husband fails the spring examination, we will pay you 1,000 liang, and if my husband makes it, you will pay us 1,000 liang. Do you dare? Would they dare to do so? Hearing this, Qiao Hongxi could not help but feel angry. This lowly concubine's daughter. She used to be a timid daughter of a concubine who did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of him, but now she was provoking him. Do you dare? He could not stand that any more. How could he not dare to? Qiao Hongxi sneered. Okay, since you are so eager to give me money, I will fulfill your wish. Why not? I want to raise the bet. If I win, you will kowtow to me 3 times, and if I lose, the same goes for me. Do you dare? Qiao Hongxi felt slightly better when he returned the words to Qiao Xian. Qiao Xian smiled at Xiao Yunduan. What do you think, darling? Xiao Yunduan smiled. Any way you want, darling. Qiao Hongxi thought that they were just putting on a show. He sneered and sneered. Okay, let's play with him. We don't care about 1,000 liang, we can just use this for fun. Xiao Yunduan laughed. True, darling. Qiao Hongxi glared. Thinking of the embarrassing situation back at the store, he felt even worse. These two people were so arrogant. 1,000 liang? Ha! They might not even have 100 liang with them. Qiao Hongxi was worried that they would change their mind. Write it in a black and white paper, and we will make it a contract. That is what I agree with totally. So they found a nearby store and borrowed some ink, paper and inkstone, and wrote down 2 portions of the bet on the spot, signed, and took 1 portion each. Qiao Hongxi sneered. Don't forget to get the money ready. I won't go easy on you. Qiao Xian smiled. Same to you. 1,000 liang, I wonder if you can afford that. Qiao Hongxi glared at her and said, that is none of your business. Then he left. He did not need 1,000 liang, because he was not going to lose. Qiao Hongxi soon got rid of the anxiety in his heart. He was not going to lose. Qiao Xian put away the bet and smiled at Xiao Yunduan. Darling, we are so lucky today. Someone offered 1,000 liang and 3 kowtows. Xiao Yunduan added. Darling, are you so sure that I can make it to intermediate? Qiao Xian said, of course, I trust my husband. For some reason, she seemed to have regained her confidence after being stimulated by Qiao Hongxi. Her husband had never disappointed her. Xiao Yunduan felt his heart warmed. He smiled. Chapter 953, Lucky it was bustling in the capital. The tea houses, wine stores, and streets were abuzz with discussions about the spring examination of the year. The names of many popular candidates had already become well known. One particular piece of news that gained significant attention was the announcement by the Minister of Personnel's daughter that she was seeking a husband. It quickly became a hot topic of conversation. Meanwhile, the candidates themselves appeared increasingly confident as the exam progressed. Finally, the long-awaited moment arrived, the release of the results. Lu Min and Gu Zhio anxiously joined Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian, waiting for the outcome. Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of nervousness. Early in the morning, Lu Min, Gu Zhio, and Song's page boys headed to the location where the rankings were displayed, eager to see their positions. Time seemed to crawl by, and eventually, Songshi and the others returned home together. Their anxiety was palpable, and for a while, none of them uttered a word. However, beneath their apprehensive expressions, they all wore hopeful smiles. Lu Min couldn't contain her excitement and grabbed her page boy. Did you make it to the intermediate level? Nod if you did. The page boy responded with an enthusiastic nod and a silly grin. Gu Zhio inquired, are the 3 of us in the intermediate level? The 3 page boys nodded incessantly. Okay, that's fantastic. Ha ha ha, he did it. He finally advanced to the intermediate level. Yes, we did it. The servants knelt down and bowed, congratulating them. Finally, they could articulate their joy. Qiao Xian let out a sigh of relief, beaming as he handed red packets to Songshi and the others. They were all filled with immense joy. Brother Gu, Brother Qiao, tonight's celebration is on me. Let's enjoy ourselves. Lu Min exclaimed. That's fantastic, ah. Gu Zhio responded, sharing in the excitement. They laughed heartily, their spirits soaring, before entering the room and taking their seats. They invited Songshi and the other 2 to join them, eager to hear about the rankings and the atmosphere of the examination hall. Lu Min had obtained the lowest rank among them, but it didn't dampen his spirits. He remained elated. Becoming intermediate was already a remarkable achievement in itself. Out of the 3,000 participants, only 180 would secure a place in the intermediate level, and even ranking among the bottom 180 was considered a rare accomplishment. Gu Zhio and Xiao Yunduan had achieved positions in the middle range. Gu Zhio felt fortunate to have attained a decent rank, bringing him great happiness. However, Xiao Yunduan's ranking surprised them both. The more they discussed Xiao Yunduan's performance, the more they realized the disparity between them. They had previously regarded Xiao Yunduan as a good friend, but now their admiration for him grew. His knowledge far surpassed theirs. Both Gu Zhio and Lu Min pondered over what they should say to Xiao Yunduan. They felt a mix of awe and concern. Xiao Yunduan himself had confidence in his abilities, believing that he would reach a high rank within the intermediate level, despite being in the middle range. They exchanged glances, feeling slightly awkward. They were unsure whether they should praise Xiao Yunduan or offer consolation. In the end, Gu Zhio smiled warmly. Remember, the imperial examination is yet to come, Brother Qiao. Give it your all. We're eagerly waiting to witness your exceptional talent. Yes, indeed. Brother Qiao, it seems you've been concealing your true abilities. Don't be too modest during the imperial examination. Lu Min added enthusiastically. Xiao Yunduan chuckled in response. You're too kind with your words. Deep down, he knew that Master Yun had advised him against taking unnecessary risks during the imperial examination. Chapter 954, Various Meanings. Because the stakes were too high, and it truly depended on the examiner's mind whether they were talented or not. Only the standard ones, with one or two slightly outstanding highlights, and most importantly, the examiner could not find any mistakes, so they could be stable. He was going to put on a good show during the imperial examination. Xiao Yunduan agreed deeply and bore that in mind. More importantly, after Master Yun's teachings and his own hard work, as well as the precious materials he got from the Xia family, he had made great progress. He was totally capable of making this examination work with an easy base, and he could make whatever articles he wanted. After the gathering, it was already afternoon when they saw off Lu Min and Gu Zhio. Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan exchanged a look at each other and smiled. They were both smiling brightly under the bright sun. Darling, I have really become an advanced scholar. Xiao Yunduan took hold of Qiao Xian and put his hands on her shoulders, as his eyes sparkled. I will keep my promise, just wait and see. Qiao Xian's lips were raised, as she smiled brightly. She was in high spirits. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but did not know what to say. In the end, she nodded at him with a smile. Xiao Yunduan chuckled and took her into his arms. He was still feeling emotional inwardly. He had made it. He had lived up to her parents, family and ancestors' wishes, and his years of hard work had been justified. He did not care what position he was going to get. He believed that his wife would know that he only had her in his heart after he became an officer, and that he would not change his mind. It was time for them to become a real couple. She should not turn him down again, right? Xiao Yunduan felt so proud when he saw the beautiful woman in his arms and the name on the list. He was the luckiest man in the whole world. It was a day filled with heightened emotions. Laughter, tears, and even madness could be witnessed throughout the capital as news of the intermediate ranking spread like wildfire. That night, families experienced contrasting emotions. Some reveled in joy and confidence, dreaming of achieving even greater success in the upcoming imperial examination. Others, with tears staining their faces, sighed and found it difficult to sleep. The shame of their performance lingered, and they could no longer face their fellow competitors. They awaited the day they could return to their hometowns, hoping to gather the strength to fight again in 3 years, or else abandon their pursuits. Such was the cruelty experienced when thousands of soldiers and horses crossed a narrow bridge. The imperial examination was scheduled to take place 3 days after the release of the rankings. Despite its significance, the atmosphere leading up to the examination was notably different. After all, even if one ranked last in the imperial examination, they would still carry the title. Most people were well aware of their position within the competitive intermediate field. Only those who were exceptionally ambitious or those who had already achieved advanced status remained motivated to establish their reputation in the intermediate examination. Prior to the imperial examination, Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan decided to seek financial debt from Qiao Hongxi. The reason? Gambling debts. Xiao Yunduan had a multitude of tasks to attend to after the imperial examination and lacked the time to address the issue himself. Moreover, being an official, it would be inconvenient for him to handle such matters personally. Chapter 955, The Qiao family. The following day, just as it was nearing time for work at Hanlin Academy, the couple intercepted Qiao Hongxi at the entrance. Qiao Hongxi appeared visibly annoyed, and the entire Qiao family seemed to be in a state of boredom. Due to Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian's previous actions within the Qiao family, many relatives were eager to witness Xiao Yunduan's embarrassment, hoping it would provide County Magistrate Qiao and his wife with an opportunity to return home and scold him. Consequently, numerous members of the Qiao family awaited the examination results with skepticism. The entire family was convinced that Xiao Yunduan had not succeeded. However, Qiao Xian herself refused to believe it. How could someone like him become an intermediate advanced scholar? Were this year's questions exceptionally easy? One relative questioned. Even a broken clock is right twice a day, another scoffed. What a ridiculous notion. How could someone like him possibly reach the intermediate level? I doubt it. He lacks manners, ethics, and morality. He is not worthy of any recognition. The elders of the Qiao family felt a bitter sense of resentment and annoyance. Nevertheless, they could only vent their frustrations verbally. Regardless of their boldness, they would never dare to report the matter. To question the fairness of the imperial court was no trifling matter, and causing trouble could lead to their own ruin. In the end, they consoled themselves with a thought. He is fortunate not to have become an official. If he were to achieve that position, he would meet an untimely demise without ever realizing how it happened. Besides, we severed the engagement with him long ago. In private, second Mrs. Qiao and third Mrs. Qiao were particularly vexed. Why were both branches of the family facing such misfortune? The Qiao family's meager wealth had been completely consumed by the third branch. To make matters worse, both the father and son of the third branch had achieved the title of advanced scholar. Even the daughter of a concubine and her son-in-law, who hailed from such a humble place, had managed to reach advanced scholar status. When did becoming an advanced scholar become so effortless, almost akin to reaching the intermediate level? Qiao Hongxi was seething with annoyance. He had always held a sense of pride, firmly believing that he was a true genius. From being a child student to a cultivated talent, a recommended man, and ultimately an advanced scholar, he had surpassed even his father. He considered himself exceptional and took great pride in his accomplishments. But Xiao Yunduan's seemingly effortless achievement was a complete humiliation for him. Just as Qiao Hongxi stepped out of Hanlin Academy, he was intercepted by Songshi. Young Master Qiao, Fifth Master and young Madam request a meeting with you. Qiao Hongxi recognized Songshi and sneered. Xiao Yunduan may be an advanced scholar, but so am I. Let him know that it's far too early for him to show off in front of me. Advanced scholars with influential backgrounds are in an entirely different league. I have no interest in seeing them. Tell them to get lost. Qiao Hongxi felt a surge of satisfaction. Xiao Yunduan might have achieved the title of advanced scholar, but he had no means of making his way through. Perhaps he was feeling anxious and expected Qiao Hongxi to help him secure a favorable position. Dream on. Undeterred, Songshi maintained a composed smile. Young Master Qiao, I'm not sure I understand what you're referring to. I simply want to remind you that you made a bet with Fifth Master and young Madam. They are curious as to when you plan on fulfilling your obligations, including offering the appropriate apology and performing the kowtow. Qiao Hongxi's face abruptly changed, startled by the reminder. He had completely forgotten about it. Well, not entirely forgotten. He had sensed a nagging feeling that he had neglected something important, but the specifics eluded him. Song's words served as a sudden awakening. Chapter 956, Debt with Qiao Hongxi. Infuriated, Qiao Hongxi sneered. What's the rush? I haven't reneged on my promise. Get out of here. Songshi maintained his calm smile. Young Master Qiao, it would be best if you accompany me to meet our old master and young madam. Otherwise, it wouldn't look very good if I were to show up at Hanlin Academy with the bet tomorrow. Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian had informed him about the arrangement. Qiao Hongxi stiffened, his anger rising. How dare you? Song's smile widened. Why not? Debts should always be repaid. Qiao Hongxi cursed inwardly and glared at Songshi. Let's go. He had no choice but to comply. If Songshi truly appeared at Hanlin Academy with the bet, he would be left humiliated before his colleagues. Qiao Hongxi prided himself on his knowledge and advancement, but many secretly harbored jealousy and ostracized him. If they were to learn of this situation, his situation would only worsen. Meanwhile, Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan had secured a private room at a nearby tea house, not far from Hanlin Academy. They were happily sipping tea and engaged in lively conversation. Witnessing this, Qiao Hongxi's fury intensified. How could that lowly concubine's daughter deserve such treatment? Young Master Qiao, please have a seat. When do you plan on fulfilling your end of the bet? Qiao Xian wasn't the same person she used to be, nor was she the concubine's daughter who had been restrained by the Qiao family. Therefore, she harbored no fear of Qiao Hongxi's dark glare or twisted expression. Qiao Hongxi knew he couldn't show his face in the next life if it were up to her. Upon hearing her words, Qiao Hongxi sneered. Why are you so worried? Haven't you seen money before? Qiao Xian maintained her smile. Yes, I have seen money before, but the money won from the bet holds a different significance. It is clearly stated in black and white, young Master Qiao. Just say the word, or else we'll have to go to Hanlin Academy to collect it ourselves. You. Qiao Hongxi's expression darkened. Where was he going to find 1,000 liang? His monthly salary at Hanlin Academy was a mere 10 liang, and he had no means of earning extra income. 5 liang had to be paid to the intermediate every month, leaving him with only 5 liang. He had to save for a long time to afford good pens, ink, paper, inkstones, folding fans, jade pendants, sachets, hairpins, belts, and other miscellaneous items. It was only through his parents' occasional financial support that he could indulge in these exquisite and beautiful things. Every time he received money, he would prioritize buying these beautiful items. Additionally, he often had to attend various social events, leaving him with no money to spare. Moreover, how dare a lowly concubine's daughter threaten him? He had no intention of giving them any money. Why, that was merely a joke, and you took it seriously? Don't forget that I am your elder brother by blood. Our parents will be returning soon, and you should think about how to explain this to them. Qiao Hongxi snorted. There were no outsiders present, and he was merely being shameless. Qiao Xian found it inconvenient that there were no cell phones in this era to record such situations. People like him should be recorded for all to see. She wanted to reveal his true nature to the world. Xiao Yunduan spoke calmly. Officer Qiao and Madam Qiao can go to the capital, but that has nothing to do with us. You wrote the letter yourself, and the senior members of the Qiao family have signed it. You cannot simply back out now. Qiao Xian's smile persisted. What about you? Do you want us to return the money to you at Hanlin Academy, or to the Qiao family? Or perhaps you would like to report us to the governmental office? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 957, Shortsighted. Qiao Hongxi gritted his teeth and said with a dark look. Xiao Yunduan, you are an advanced scholar now, and Qiao Xian is part of the Qiao family. I don't believe that you dare to come to the Hanlin Academy to stop me or report me to the governmental office. You don't want your reputation anymore? Qiao Xian said curiously. Interesting, isn't it right to pay back what you owe? We are siblings in blood, aren't we? You owe us money and you are not afraid of ruining your reputation, so I am definitely going to let you pay back. Xiao Yunduan said, just tell us, are you giving it to us or not? You don't have to worry about us. Qiao Hongxi exclaimed angrily, are you all so short-sighted? Indeed. Qiao Xian chuckled. As long as we witness your humiliation, we will be satisfied. Call it short-sightedness if you like. Qiao Hongxi became increasingly infuriated, turning to Xiao Yunduan and questioning whether Qiao Xian's words were true. Xiao Yunduan cast a tender and affectionate glance at Qiao Xian. That's what my wife says. Qiao Hongxi couldn't help but think that these two individuals were utterly insane. Xiao Yunduan seemed to care little about his own reputation and future. So what was the point of becoming an advanced scholar? In Qiao Hongxi's opinion, someone as foolish as Xiao Yunduan did not deserve to be an officer. He should be exposed for his incompetence. She, Jin Xiangyu, was akin to a precious gem, while they were nothing more than worthless tiles. It wasn't worth engaging in direct conflict with them. Qiao Hongxi finally admitted defeat. She didn't want anyone else to discover this humiliating incident. Not at Hanlin Academy, nor within her own family. If Madame Yuezheng, her uncles, aunts, and cousins were to learn of this, they would surely mock her. Besides, 1,000 liang was not an amount the intermediate would pay on her behalf. After pondering for a moment, Qiao Hongxi reluctantly said, I don't have that much money at the moment. It will take me approximately 2 months. In less than 2 months, her parents would return to the capital. Her mother must have saved up a considerable amount, and by that time, she could borrow some money from her mother to repay the debt. Feeling cornered, Qiao Hongxi had no choice but to appease his mother. He didn't want to reveal the truth to her. Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan understood his predicament. They exchanged a knowing glance, and Qiao Xian smiled. That is acceptable, but you must provide a written agreement to ensure you won't go back on your word. Qiao Hongxi glared at her resentfully. He didn't want to write the agreement, but he knew he had no other option. Fine. As for the remaining 3 kowtows, can we proceed now? There's no need to delay, right? Qiao Xian suggested. Qiao Hongxi flushed with anger. You insolent girl, don't push it too far. Xiao Yunduan gave him a cold stare. My wife is the spouse of an advanced scholar. Qiao Hongxi, show some respect, or I won't hold back. To curse at his wife and hit him for no reason, what else could Xiao Yunduan do? Qiao Hongxi panted heavily, glaring at the couple. He had never experienced such humiliation before. And the fact that he had brought it upon himself made Xiao Hongxi almost feel like he was going to cough up blood. What on earth was wrong with him? Why did he say something so foolish? Qiao Xian was in high spirits. She finally had someone to stand up for her. Let's see if you dare to go back on your word. Qiao Hongxi, your dark secrets are still in our possession, so I suggest you show some respect. If you're unwilling to perform the kowtows, we can negotiate further. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 958, Family Price. Qiao Hongxi didn't easily trust Qiao Xian. To him, Qiao Xian was like a demon. Instead of feeling relieved, he grew even more cautious and asked, What are your intentions? Qiao Xian chuckled, knowing she wasn't naive. My idea is simple. 1,000 liang for 1 head, and 3,000 liang for 3 heads, so you don't have to kowtow 3 times. Qiao Hongxi was speechless. Xiao Yunduan coughed and covered his mouth, a smile of indulgence on his face. When did his wife become so greedy? But he liked it. The Qiao family was extremely poor, and his wife had struck the jackpot. Qiao Hongxi felt a mixture of anger and annoyance. Why don't you just rob us instead? That's the price of family love, not robbery. Qiao Xian innocently replied. You are the editor of the Hanlin Academy, a respected man. Isn't kowtowing worth 1,000 taels of silver? I think you need at least 10,000 liang to match your position. How about 1,000 liang it is? Qiao Hongxi interrupted, startled and not daring to argue further. Deal. Qiao Xian smiled. Okay, let's put it in writing. Qiao Hongxi grumbled as he started to write. He signed the paper and left angrily. As he walked out of the tea house, he staggered and nearly fell. He looked up at the sunlight, feeling dizzy and overwhelmed with a sense of loss. Regret, for 000 liang had slipped through his fingers. The loss of 4,000 liang hit him hard, causing him to shiver with heartache. He had never held such a large sum of money before. Even when his parents secretly provided him with financial support, it was always in smaller amounts, like 700, 800, 400, or 500. But now, they were offered 4,000 liang. He wondered if his mother had any more money. If not, no, he was determined to have his share. Meanwhile, Qiao Xian continued to laugh gleefully as she put away the paper. Darling, we are so fortunate. Luck is on our side. Xiao Yunduan felt a surge of happiness seeing her smile. Thanks to your luck, my dear. He was simply riding on her good fortune. Qiao Xian beamed. Darling, now that you have become an advanced scholar, what do you plan to do? If you want to stay in the capital, we can consider looking at some suburban land. Although the prices are higher in the capital, with 4,000 liang, we should be able to buy a sizable plot. We can even add some more money and buy even more. Xiao Yunduan didn't want to disappoint Xiao Xian, who had her heart set on acquiring land for farming. So he nodded, wearing a smile. Xiao Xian felt twice as elated at the thought of the Qiao family gifting her such a substantial sum, which she could use to purchase land. In Tian Shanshan's room at the Ministry of Personnel, she sat at a round table covered with an exquisitely embroidered tablecloth, engrossed in reading the imperial list. Tian Shanshan smiled as she read the names one by one, finding it quite an interesting activity. Standing beside her, Fu looked puzzled. Young lady, you're forbidden from finding out who the young master is. Can you discern his identity from the list? They had been separated from Xiao Yunduan since their encounter at the pear garden the other day. However, with the Tian family's influence, it would have been easy for Tian Shanshan to track down Xiao Yunduan. But she chose not to. She dismissed the idea of searching for him within her own household. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 959, Wait and see. Tian Shanshan glanced at Fu and chuckled. I don't know, but who cares? I'm sure he must be on the list. Isn't that intriguing? Fu scratched her head and smiled, still looking a bit puzzled. She couldn't quite grasp what made it so fascinating. But if her lady said it was interesting, then it must be true. She couldn't admit her own ignorance. If you say so, then it must be true. Tian Shanshan glanced at her and smiled. The young girl was naive. She was adorable, but not the brightest. She had no clue about what was happening, and Tian Shanshan had no interest in explaining it to her. She wasn't short-sighted. The person she liked couldn't have possibly failed to become an intermediate advanced scholar. She hoped he might even achieve the top position. She believed that his name must be on the imperial list at that very moment. As she looked at the names, she thought about the man she liked, who might become her future husband, and it filled her with even more happiness. The mysterious sense of destiny was too marvelous. She simply needed to savor it quietly. Just imagine, in the future, when they were together, they could reminisce about this day. That would be a remarkable twist of fate. The imperial examination was about to commence, and she was eager to observe. The atmosphere during the examination wasn't as tense as the imperial examination itself, but after all the hard work they had put in, everyone hoped for a favorable ranking. As the day arrived for them to enter the Hall of Supreme Harmony, they all felt a sense of solemnity. Xiao Xian, on the other hand, had no need to worry about the ranking examination, so she had a leisurely day. They were busy preparing delicious food at home, eagerly awaiting Xiao Yunduan's return so they could enjoy it together. In the following days, when the rankings were announced, they embarked on various outings within and outside the city, marveling at beautiful sights and purchasing local specialties. They had a wonderful time. Little did they expect that Xiao Yunduan would become the primus. Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan were both stunned when they heard the news. It wasn't until they bid farewell to the officer, Lu Min, and Gu Zhio, who came to offer their congratulations, and exchanged pleasantries with the neighbors who had gathered to witness the celebration, that they closed the door. It was then that Li Xia and others knelt down to offer their congratulations and rewards. Yet, even at that moment, they couldn't quite believe it. Xiao Yunduan knew he had performed well and believed he would rank highly. But to be the primus? That was beyond his expectations. Even now, he was still in a state of disbelief. Qiao Xian was taken aback. Darling, I have become the wife of the primus? Oh my God, I am the wife of the primus. Xiao Yunduan chuckled and took her in his arms, twirling her around. Yes, you are the one and only Mrs. Primus, the first in 3 years. Qiao Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xiao Yunduan held her hands. From now on, there will be even greater achievements, all for you. A bright smile spread across Qiao Xian's face. The two of them exchanged a glance and felt an overwhelming sense of joy. However, within the Ministry of Personnel, chaos ensued. The day before the results were announced, Tian Shanshan sketched Xiao Yenduan's face and asked her father to find out if the Primus was indeed the same man she had in mind. Tian Shanshan was skilled in various arts such as playing the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. With her remarkable memory, she could vividly depict Xiao Yenduan's appearance on paper. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 960, Elder Miss Tian. It was a simple matter for the Minister of Personnel to acquire the rankings of the newly appointed scholars before their official release. Upon hearing that the Primus was named Xiao Yunduan, the minister instructed someone to compare the portrait with the distinguished gentleman. As Elder Miss words reached their ears, the servants immediately understood the situation. After confirming that it was indeed the same person, they hurriedly made their way to the Tian family to deliver the momentous news. Word quickly spread. It turned out that the man who had captured Elder Miss' attention had become the Primus. Elder Miss Tian, you have excellent taste. It's a match made in heaven. Destiny. Destiny. What a remarkable tale. Primus Xiao is incredibly fortunate. I can't help but feel envious. Xiao Yenduan's name swiftly circulated throughout the capital, making him the fastest and most revered Primus in the history of the Qin dynasty. Understandably, many people sought to uncover his background. Before long, the issue surfaced. Primus Xiao was already married, and his wife had accompanied him to the capital for the examination, standing by his side. This revelation left everyone stunned. They were speechless. Whenever the imperial examination candidates arrived in the capital, the focus was solely on the candidates themselves. No one cared about their marital status or the presence of their spouse. The situation gave rise to numerous divorces. The idea of a wife accompanying her husband to the capital for the examination was unheard of and highly unusual. Women were not accustomed to such extensive travel, and few men were willing to undertake such a long journey with their wives. However, fate seemed to have played a role. Oh my, Primus Xiao is already married. This is. In my opinion, Primus Xiao's family cannot be compared to Elder Miss from the Ministry of Personnel. They are worlds apart. But they are still a married couple. What will Elder Miss do? Such a dreadful predicament. I wonder if Primus Xiao regrets it. No, could it be a misunderstanding? I have never heard of anyone bringing their wife to the capital for the examination. Is that even allowed? I am not sure, and no one else seems to know either. Perhaps it is a misunderstanding. But how can that be? A fellow townsman of Primus Xiao even visited their residence and witnessed it firsthand. What they said must be true. The Tian family felt a mixture of embarrassment and frustration. The matter had been significant from the start, and at this point, it could no longer be concealed. Those individuals who had held a grudge against the Tian family were likely reveling in their misfortune behind closed doors. Officer Tian's face darkened as he snapped at Tian Shanshan. You are nothing but trouble. Why didn't you find out if he was married? What are we supposed to do now? Madame Tian sympathized with her daughter and spoke with anger. Shanshan has been treated unjustly. Old master, we must find a solution. Officer Tian sneered. What other options do we have? It's too late to seek a divorce now. But we can't abandon Shanshan like this, can we? What else can I do when my heart is not in it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 961. Looking down at her, Tian Shanshan listened to her parents' argument with a cold expression on her face. After a moment, she spoke in a cold tone. Father, there's a solution to every problem. Primus Xiao is not married, and this is all a misunderstanding. If he comes forward and clarifies the situation, everything will be resolved. Officer Tian and Madame Tian were taken aback by her words. Madame Tian's eyes lit up. Yes, you're right. It's just a baseless rumor. Once Primus Qiao sets the record straight, the rumor will be dispelled. I believe someone must be envious of Primus Qiao and spreading false information. Officer Tian furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep voice. Shanshan, do you truly wish to marry Primus Qiao? His question surprised Madame Tian as well. She couldn't help but interject. Yes, Shanshan, you have so many eligible suitors among the noble young masters in the capital. You can have your pick. Primus Qiao is from a small town and lacks the qualifications to be compared to them. He simply isn't worthy of you. Tian Shanshan couldn't help but recall the events of that day. The pear blossoms, pure and white, danced in the air, and the young man stood before her in his simple green attire. Yet, there was an unmatched elegance and an aura that captivated her. His eyes, like precious black gems, were clear and radiant, seemingly capable of ensnaring one's soul. He was aware of her noble background, yet he remained composed and graceful, neither servile nor arrogant. It ignited a desire within her to conquer him. She couldn't accept it. Why did he look down on her? The more she dwelled on this, the more her thoughts spiraled. She couldn't stop herself. If only he weren't the Primus, it would have been fine. But he was. When she received the news, she was overjoyed. This man was fated to belong to her. Dad, Mom, if I don't marry him, well, be the laughingstock of the capital. He has to marry me. Tian Shanshan asserted firmly. We can't afford to be humiliated, Officer Tian sighed, sharing a glance with Madame Tian. The Tian family couldn't bear the shame. Both parents regretted allowing their daughter to have her way without knowing whom she had set her sights on. They should have discreetly investigated her interests and resolved the matter privately. That way, everything would have proceeded smoothly, and everyone would have been content. But their daughter had always been intelligent and reliable, earning their trust. Yet, this time, something went terribly wrong. It was an enormous mistake. The couple felt utterly helpless. Dad, Mom, please trust me. I am going to marry Primus Qiao. I promise he won't disappoint you, Tian Shanshan pleaded, rising from her seat and respectfully addressing her parents. Her words infused Madame Tian and Officer Tian with renewed determination and confidence. Tian Shanshan bid her parents farewell and made her way back to her residence. During the journey, she remained silent, her head bowed. Fu followed behind her, maintaining complete silence out of caution. She was resolute in her decision to marry him. She had not only fallen in love with him, but she also refused to endure such humiliation. As the direct daughter of the Minister of Personnel, she was one of the most remarkable noble ladies in the capital. She couldn't bear such disgrace when it came to marriage. How would she face society in the future? She would become the wife of the Primus, ensuring her husband's bright future as a first-class official. With the support of her father, brothers, cousins, and noble concubine, accomplishing this would be a straightforward task. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 962, Unexpected Trouble. Her husband's accomplishments would indeed be impressive. At that time, she would still be the proud Heaven's daughter and the most esteemed young lady in the capital, admired by all. Everyone would commend her excellent taste. In due time, this incident would be forgotten, buried in the depths of people's memories. No one would dare to bring it up to her. Tian Shanshan wasn't panicking, she was seething with anger. She couldn't believe there was such a foolish man in the world who would abandon her, the Minister of Personnel's daughter. She was frustrated that Primus Qiao had already married, and even if she managed to steal him away, he would still have belonged to another woman. But then she realized, what difference would it make if she married someone who had never been married before? Before marriage, many princes, kings, and young noblemen from prestigious families boasted about their abstinence from concubines or courtesans. It was all a facade. That thought somewhat comforted her. Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian were equally shocked by the news. The couple found themselves contemplating the situation. What was happening? Xiao Xian chuckled to herself, acknowledging that she had wished for some challenges to test her in life, as everything had been going too smoothly. True gold feared no fire, only through trials and tribulations could true emotions be revealed and cherished, even if it meant sacrificing everything. And now, they found themselves facing an unexpected ordeal. Caught completely off guard. Absurd. Xiao Yunduan's frustration was evident as he furrowed his brow, voicing his thoughts. Darling, it's just a mishap. It will blow over in a few days. We shouldn't worry about it. Qiao Xian regarded him, then spoke after a brief pause, but what if it doesn't blow over? A sinking feeling gripped the couple's hearts. They were not naive, they understood that this matter wouldn't simply fade away. The Tian family lacked noble status, and they had committed a significant blunder. The entire capital was ridiculing them. How could they simply endure it? While Xiao Yunduan was not at fault, the noble families wouldn't care about such details. Qiao Xian didn't expect the Tian family to be reasonable or seek a resolution. Instead, they would likely vent their anger. As Xiao Yunduan's wife, she and Xiao Yunduan would become targets of blame. Qiao Xian didn't fear death because she knew the Tian family wouldn't have the audacity to go that far. However, they might resort to more clandestine actions. I will, Xiao Yunduan declared resolutely, gripping Qiao Xian's hands firmly. He appeared determined and serious. Darling, Xian, don't worry. I will honor my promise. I won't pursue an official career anymore. Xiao Yunduan felt a sense of relief as he spoke those words. He had already achieved his aspirations, recommended man, advanced scholar, and primus. He was on the path to becoming a scholar. He had no regrets in this lifetime. If the realm of officialdom was shrouded in darkness, where those in power could act with impunity, then he would distance himself from it. He would rather retreat to the county and spend the rest of his life peacefully with his wife. Qiao Xian was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. Are you certain? But I don't want that to happen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 963. When did you see her? He didn't want to abandon his ambitions and return to his hometown after achieving the title of primus. Qiao Xian shared the same sentiment. She didn't want him to have any regrets in the future. We aren't the ones at fault, so why should we bear the consequences? It's too early to make decisions. Let's observe the situation for now, Qiao Xian suggested. Xiao Yunduan smiled and agreed, you're right. We're not there yet. Let's wait and see. But I'm being honest with you. Qiao Xian's heart felt a mix of sweetness and bitterness. She held his hands tightly and whispered, we can discuss this later. I don't want to be separated from you either. She didn't want to be apart from him. Good, then I have nothing to fear. Xiao Yunduan embraced her warmly. Qiao Xian laughed but suddenly let out a scream, standing upright and looking up at him. Lady Tian has fallen for you, hasn't she? Xiao Yunduan sensed something was amiss, but he hesitantly nodded. I believe so. When did you meet her? Qiao Xian asked, her tone filled with curiosity. What? Considering the rumors, Lady Tian must be proud and arrogant. It's unlikely that she fell for you just from a distance. Something must have happened that captivated her, something she deemed special. She could sense that you were destined for greatness, which is why she said those things. But how do you know her? Xiao Yunduan inquired. Qiao Xian paused, wearing a bitter expression. I don't know either. Xiao Yunduan felt unsettled. Qiao Xian's bitterness turned into suspicion. Xiao Yunduan grew anxious and held Xiao Xian's hands firmly. Darling, trust me, I will never. He suddenly recalled the encounter in the pear garden during the intermediate examination. Qiao Xian, who had been staring at him, couldn't help but give him a reproachful look, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Go on. Xiao Yunduan felt a headache coming on and was torn between amusement and frustration. He proceeded cautiously, Darling, please don't be angry. I just remembered, I might have met her before, but I didn't do anything. We merely had a chance encounter. Qiao Xian maintained an unwavering gaze, indicating her disbelief. I stumbled upon a handkerchief. Why did you pick it up? How could you do that? I didn't. I felt that if those items were picked up by someone with ill intentions, it wouldn't be good for the girl. We were gathered in the pear garden, and many candidates were waiting for the examination. My heart softened, and I picked up the brocade handkerchief. Shortly after, a couple of maids and servants dressed as men appeared, seemingly searching for something. They caught sight of me. Xiao Yunduan spilled everything in one go, speaking earnestly. His words flowed so smoothly that it was evident he wasn't fabricating the story. I only exchanged a few words with her, I swear. If I had known it would cause such trouble, I wouldn't have been so meddlesome. I shouldn't have returned the handkerchief to them. I should have burned it and disposed of it. Darling, please don't be angry. It's just my speculation. The Tian family may not be the master and servant. He genuinely had no idea. Qiao Xian felt a tinge of annoyance and playfully pinched him. It's your fault for being curious. Besides this incident, is there anything else? No. Xiao Yunduan shook his head. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 964, Known, are you sure? Think about it carefully. Absolutely not. They had already gone through enough trouble this time and couldn't afford to go through it again. Qiao Xian let out a sigh. If that's the case, then you must have encountered Lady Tian. Lady Tian could easily deduce that he was one of the candidates from the gathering they attended earlier. And he had recognized her as a woman disguised as a man, but he had no interest in her whatsoever, which would be quite intriguing for proud noble ladies. However, at that time, Lady Tian might not have genuinely wanted to marry him. After all, an ordinary candidate in the imperial examination wouldn't capture the attention of a top-tier noble lady. He had to stand out. He needed to be at the very top of the Primus rankings, at the very least. That was why Lady Tian had declared that no one should compete with her once the imperial examination results were announced. She wanted first pick. It was clear as day who she intended to choose. If Xiao Yunduan topped the Primus rankings, she would have chosen him. Otherwise, she would have made a mockery out of it. After all, she was one of the most prestigious noble ladies in the capital and could ever pick among the advanced scholars. No one would dare to refuse her. How could she know if the man who became the Primus was the same man she had encountered that day? It wouldn't be difficult for the Tian family to find out the truth. But what irritated Xiao Xian was that they should have verified if he was already married. Why did they have to create so much trouble? But now, the news had spread to everyone. They both felt incredibly embarrassed. In the evening, Lu Min and Gu Zhio came to offer their condolences to Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan. Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan expressed their gratitude, but they also informed Lu Min and Gu Zhio that they planned to stay home for the next few days and didn't need any further visits. They didn't want to trouble others or involve them in their predicament. Lu Min and Gu Zhio sighed. Brother Xiao, sister-in-law, don't worry. This will blow over in a few days. Well, stay at the inn and avoid going out. If you need any help, just let Songsher know, and we'll be there for you. We might not be able to do much, but we can run errands or assist in any way possible. Xiao Yunduan expressed his gratitude for their kind offer. 2 days later was the auspicious day according to the zodiac, and the celebratory banquet was scheduled for 2 days after that. Once that day arrived, they would meet the emperor, attend the banquet, and then the official appointment would be announced. In other words, if they could make it through the next 2 days, everything would be fine. For the next 2 days, the couple decided to seclude themselves at home and avoid receiving any visitors. Xiao Yunduan believed that his fellow students would understand the sensitivity of the situation and likely refrain from visiting him during such an awkward time. They would probably keep their distance. That night, they didn't sleep well, but their hearts felt strangely closer. They became each other's pillar of support and solace, finding strength and motivation in their mutual devotion. The next morning, to their surprise, the Qiao family paid them a visit. And they were all there, present and accounted for. Madam Lady Qiao, Old Master Qiao, Second Old Master and his wife, and Qiao Hongxi, accompanied by a few male and female servants, arrived in 2 large carts with over 10 people. As they entered the yard and house, the space became noticeably crowded. Madam Lady Qiao and the other members of the Qiao family gazed at the couple with a mix of complex emotions in their eyes. There was a sense of disbelief, as if they couldn't fully accept the situation, yet there was also a trace of gloating satisfaction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 965, Trouble. But Xiao Yunduan had indeed become the primus. The news hit Qiao Hongxi especially hard, and his heart ached upon hearing it. He, an advanced scholar, couldn't help but feel humiliated by the fact that Xiao Yunduan had achieved the prestigious position of primus. It stung even more when he thought about how Xiao Yunduan would soon be working at Hanlin Academy, and how their paths would cross in the future. However, within a mere half-day, news of Xiao Yunduan's accomplishment spread throughout the capital. He was being touted as the recommended man of the Tian family. In that moment, Qiao Hongxi couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. The thought of Xiao Yunduan's success and the attention he had garnered from the Tian family made him envious. But a mischievous smile crept onto Qiao Hongxi's face as he considered Xiao Xian's situation. It seemed like a fitting retribution. Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian had brought this upon themselves by crossing paths with the influential Tian family. And now, they were trapped. However, the Tian family wasn't ready to let go of Xiao Yunduan. And thus, this is where they found themselves. Xiao Yunduan was soon to be married to the eldest daughter of the Tian family, and he would become a close cousin to the 4th prince. With the support of both the Tian family and the 4th prince, his future career prospects appeared smooth and promising. While others struggled and trembled with uncertainty, he had already moved forward. Qiao Hongxi's sense of bitterness intensified. But he had no choice. This was the reality of her life, and she had to accept it. How fortunate Xiao Yunduan was to have captured the attention of the eldest daughter. The Qiao family had their own hidden agenda, and each of them had come for a specific purpose. Whether they were willing participants or not. "What brings you here?" Xiao Yunduan inquired, noting the lack of furniture and chairs available, leaving Madam Lady Qiao and Qiao Hongxi to settle for small stools borrowed from the kitchen. Madam Lady Qiao dismissed the servants and attempted to put on a kind demeanor, smiling warmly. "Well, it's definitely something good, something great. You're incredibly fortunate." Xiao Yunduan returned the smile. "Madam Lady Qiao, you jest. I can't attribute my achievements to mere luck. What I have attained today is the result of decades of hard work and dedication, the fruit of my efforts and understanding." Qiao Xian chimed in, her smile gentle. "Indeed, you have rightfully earned the title of primus, and I have witnessed your unwavering diligence. It would be remiss to discount the element of fortune that has accompanied your journey." Madame Yuezhing displayed a hint of displeasure as she forced a smile. "I was merely making a remark, but you take it so seriously. That's not the kind of fortune I was referring to. I believe the news has already reached your ears." "What news?" Qiao Xian inwardly sneered. "Madam Lady Qiao, pray tell, what news are we supposedly aware of?" "Indeed." Old Master Qiao frowned. "Xian, how can you speak to your grandmother in such a manner?" Before Qiao Xian could retort, Xiao Yunduan interjected, "Old Master Qiao, if I may, kindly address my wife as Madam Xiao. Shall I submit the termination letter to the appropriate governmental office?" Qiao Xian aimed to provoke them further and struck with precision. "Yes, the termination letter has been meticulously drafted, signed, and sealed. Are you suggesting a change of heart? How shameless. You think you can curry favor with my husband once he ascends to the rank of intermediate primus? Dream on. You! How dare you!" Silence. The members of the Qiao family grew incensed, their faces flushed with anger. Qiao Hongxi could no longer contain his frustration and sneered. "So what? One primus every 3 years. There are countless others who are destitute. Qiao Xian taunted. Oh? Are you looking down on the position of Primus? Well, you certainly won't be able to attain it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 966, Good Fortune, Then What Brings You Here? Old Master Qiao's voice boomed with anger. You have already offended the Tian family, and yet you dare to dream of becoming the Primus? How ludicrous. Do you have any idea what kind of family the Tian family is? They are like the mighty clouds in the sky, while you are nothing more than mud on the ground. If you provoke the Tian family, they can squash you as easily as they would crush an ant. Do not assume I am deceiving you. The power of the Tian family is beyond your wildest imagination. Understand this, even if you were to be killed, the Ministry of Justice wouldn't dare to investigate your case. Now, can we engage in a civilized conversation? Xiao Yinduan and Xiao Xian realized that they were in the company of those who served the Tian family, mere minions and lackeys. Correction, they aspired to be the lackeys, minions, and lapdogs of the Tian family. Xiao Yinduan had to ensure that the Tian family had concluded their business so that he could fulfill his role as their lackey, minion, and lapdog. It was no wonder the entire Qiao family had gathered here. Everyone in the family seemed overly eager to serve as dogs to others, fearing they would miss the opportunity. What is it that you want? The Qiao family sneered, displaying their arrogance. Old Master Qiao proclaimed with pride, Xiao Yinduan, you are fortunate that the Tian family favors you. Despite being married, the Tian family bears no displeasure towards you. That, too, is your good fortune. However, be cautious not to turn your fortune into misfortune. Let me make it clear, the Tian family is still willing to arrange a marriage between elder Miss Tian and you. Tomorrow, you can publicly declare that the rumors were merely misunderstandings. Qiao Xian is not your wife, but your concubine, and the Qiao family can provide evidence to support this claim. We will also write a letter to our third brother and third sister-in-law, informing them of the situation and ensuring that we all share the same account of events. Since the marriage arrangement with elder Miss Tian has been settled, Qiao Xian should no longer remain here. We will bring her back home today, and once elder Miss Tian is married, we will bring her back as well. That is also the intention of the Tian family. Elder Miss Tian is not an unreasonable person. As long as Qiao Xian behaves herself, she will certainly lead a comfortable life. First Madame Qiao couldn't help but sneer. If you continue to be so sharp-tongued, you will only invite trouble upon yourself. Second Old Master spoke, Xiao Yinduan, you must understand that being with the Tian family ensures a secure future like no other. It's something others can only dream of. You should know what is in your best interest. Offending the Tian family would mean kissing your aspirations of becoming an official goodbye. No one will hire you or promote you. Second Mrs. Yuezheng added, Qiao Xian, if you genuinely care about Xiao Yinduan, you should assist him. As a concubine's daughter, occupying the position of his wife brings him no benefits. Compared to elder Miss Tian, you are insignificant. Madam Lady Qiao chimed in, the Tian family is generous, and we can let bygones be bygones. Let's proceed accordingly. It had been a long time since Qiao Xian had felt angered by anyone. But upon hearing the words from the Qiao family, her frustration boiled within her. She knew they would never say anything positive, and she understood their shamelessness. But she had underestimated them. They were truly a united family, capable of presenting shameless words as dignified and reasonable. What did they mean by, let bygones be bygones? Xiao Yinduan's expression darkened, and he spoke icily, I refuse. What? I might as well abandon this career. I refuse. Old Master Qiao slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair and snapped, Xiao Yinduan, have some shame. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 967, Can't Stop. First Madame Qiao chuckled and sneered. You really don't understand what's happening, do you? You don't want to comply? You have no right to speak. It's your good fortune that the Tian family favors you, or rather, it's your fortune. Why don't you grasp that? Xiao Yunduan replied coldly, what will the Tian family do if I refuse? Madam Lady Qiao's gaze turned sharp as she spoke in a deep voice, you genuinely refuse? Yes. That decision is not yours to make. Madam Lady Qiao found it absurd. The Tian family must be out of their minds to be drawn to someone like Xiao Yunduan. Xian is a member of the Qiao family, and we are your elders. We have every right to intervene. Don't mention the severance letter. So what? Xian may have no connection to our family, but we are still her relatives, and it's our responsibility to be involved in her affairs. Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan exchanged glances. They had underestimated the situation. They had never expected these individuals to be so shameless in their attempt to curry favor with the Tian family. Qiao Xian realized she had been too naive to think that possessing the severance letter would tarnish the Qiao family's reputation and secure a plan where the Qiao family would no longer pose any trouble in the future. They would, at the very least, avoid any losses. However, they had gone to great lengths to exploit this loophole. Qiao Xian had no choice but to admit defeat. She had lost either way. What do you want? Madam Lady Qiao smiled coldly. It seems you prefer the hard way, refusing to listen. That's why we won't hold back. Xian, come and stay with us for a while. What? How dare you? Just try and see if you can prevent it. Madam Lady Qiao showed no fear of Xiao Yunduan's changing expression. She spoke with disdain, in any case. We are taking her away today. If you truly wish to be close to her, you know what to do. Once we are satisfied, we will treat her well and return her to you in the future. Otherwise, if any harm befalls her, it will be solely due to her impulsive actions and will have nothing to do with anyone else. You. Xiao Yunduan trembled with anger. Qiao Xian's heart sank. When the family made a decision, they truly became a ferocious beast. As long as she was a daughter of the Qiao family, even if the Qiao family killed her, no one would report them to the authorities. Xiao Yunduan spoke coldly, you want to resort to force just because you have numbers? Fine, let's give it a try. We will repay you tenfold. If you dare to do so, I will report you to the authorities, and everyone will know about this. I can relinquish my position, and you will be stuck with me forever, won't you? If you're so determined, I will accompany you. The Qiao family fell silent. They were both shocked and fearful. Xiao Yunduan proved to be even more ruthless than them. Xiao Yunduan had no fear of a life-and-death struggle, whereas they did. It wasn't worth sacrificing the entire family for the sake of these two individuals. Madam Lady Qiao and her two sons began to regret their agreement with the Tian family's housekeeper and their entanglement within this affair. But both parties seemed to be equally unhinged. They were becoming increasingly difficult to handle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 968, Helpless. Second Mrs. Qiao suddenly turned towards Qiao Xian. Qiao Xian, do you truly wish for Xiao Yunduan to sacrifice his future for you? You know how hard he has worked to achieve his current position, and now everything is at risk because of you. Is that truly what you want? If so, I truly question whether you treat him well and regard him as your husband. First Madame Qiao chimed in, indeed, we all desire for our husbands to lead good lives. But you are not a good wife. Qiao Xian pondered silently to herself, if I were to listen to you, I wouldn't even be your wife, so what does being a good wife matter? Xiao Yunduan spoke up, you don't need to force my wife into anything. You don't understand the dynamics between me and my wife. Just leave. Qiao Xian had no intention of giving in to these two women, but upon hearing Xiao Yunduan's words, she felt a surge of joy, as if she were inhaling sweetness. Darling is right. Your words hold no weight with us. Don't waste your efforts. You can curry favor with the Tian family and the Zhang family, but you are mistaken to use us as stepping stones. If there's nothing else, please leave. The expressions on the faces of the Qiao family turned grim. Madame Yuezheng grew increasingly frustrated. What do you know? You think too highly of yourself. You don't have to concern yourself with our family. What if I make you leave today? Qiao Xian chuckled. This is my home, and am not going anywhere. Xiao Yunduan declared, if you dare to take my wife away, go ahead and try. The Qiao family exchanged furtive glances among themselves. They had no idea what to do, and thus, they didn't dare to make an attempt. Qiao Hongxi couldn't help but speak up, you talk big, but I don't believe you truly don't care about your future. Even if he were to become an advanced scholar, he would only be able to attain an intermediate position, let alone become a primus. He would have a promising future in the governmental office. No one would willingly abandon that. No scholar in the world would willingly do so. Xiao Yanduan's expression remained unchanged. If the Qiao family wants to make a wager, I'll accompany you. Qiao Hongxi grew so frustrated that he was left speechless. The mention of gambling irked Xiao Yunduan. He despised such risky bets. You're on your own. If you regret it, you can send Xiao Xian home. Xiao Yunduan, you're still young, and you'll come to regret this. Old Master Qiao retorted with a harsh tone. Madame Yuezheng glared at Xiao Xian, snorted, and then assisted her daughter-in-law before leaving with the others. As the door closed behind them, they exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Darling, are we laughing because we're being reckless? Xiao Yunduan smiled. Qiao Xian chuckled and sighed. If you don't regret it, then I won't consider myself clever either. Let's take it step by step. If it truly comes to that, if it does, we can simply leave the capital, Xiao Yunduan interjected, covering her mouth with his hand. Qiao Xian blinked and nodded in agreement. The Tian family was merely seeking revenge. If they were to depart, the Tian family wouldn't go as far as to kill them all. It wouldn't be beneficial for them to do so. After all, they weren't mortal enemies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 969, Humiliation. However, if that were the case, Xiao Yanduan's dreams of becoming an official would be shattered forever. He had been a promising primus just the day before, and in a single moment, he had lost it all, leaving Qiao Xian feeling deeply displeased. The Qiao family scolded Xiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan, their brows furrowed in worry. What were they going to do now? How would they explain this to the Tian family? They had made a promise to the Tian family through their housekeeper, but now, it was a humiliating situation to be in. But that was the least of their worries. Offending the Tian family meant they would never have a chance to excel in the intermediate level. If the Tian family was displeased, they would undoubtedly seek revenge. Those two wretches are so stubborn and unyielding. I don't understand how third brother and third sister-in-law raised her. How can Xian be so disrespectful? It's humiliating. What's the point of saying this now? The entire family lacked the courage to confront Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian directly, so they had no choice but to face the scolding from the Tian family. As the housekeeper of the Tian family listened to old Master Qiao's feeble response, he fell silent for a moment. He couldn't believe it. After all, in such a situation, anyone would know what to do. Did they truly not care about their promising future and insist on keeping a concubine's daughter as the wife? Furthermore, the Tian family was not an unreasonable family. They simply wanted the concubine's daughter to relinquish the position of the main wife, allowing her to benefit in the future. He wasn't even willing to do that. Did you really tell them everything? Everything? Butler Tian repeated, seeking confirmation. The two old masters of the Qiao family felt even more humiliated. They had no choice but to nod, admitting their incompetence. Butler Tian didn't seem pleased with their response. He snorted dismissively. Anyway, you don't have to concern yourselves with this any longer. The two old masters of the Qiao family nodded and left, not daring to ask for any further favors. As long as the Tian family didn't hold a grudge against them or blame them for their actions, they would be grateful. Those two wretches deserve to be taught a lesson. It seems they want to do things the hard way. When the Tian family deals with them, they'll realize what they're truly capable of. They don't even know how lucky they are to be in the intermediate level. They were born with bad luck. Absolutely true. The two old masters of the Qiao family were both frustrated and annoyed. They wondered why such a great opportunity hadn't fallen on their own sons but instead on the foolish head of Xiao Yunduan. It was such a waste. Butler Tian reported the situation to Officer Tian and his wife, who were greatly displeased. Officer Tian had been hesitant and reluctant to take action, but Xiao Yunduan's rejection had infuriated him. Did they truly believe they could be arrogant just because they had become primus? How dare they turn down the Tian family? Madame Tian grew even more furious. This is too much. Old master, we must teach them a lesson. Her daughter was precious, and yet she had been humiliated time and time again. It was an act of bullying that couldn't be tolerated. Officer Tian sneered, turning to the housekeeper. You can go to Xiao Yunduan personally. No, go to the Qiao family. You know what to tell him, don't you? Butler Tian nodded firmly. I know exactly what to say. Good, then go ahead. Very well, old master. Butler Tian discreetly arrived at Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian's home in an inconspicuous wagon. Hearing the abrupt and forceful knock on the door, the couple immediately sensed that something was amiss. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 970, No Regret. And he could tell that the visitor was from the Tian family based on his attire and haughty demeanor. Butler Tian paid no attention to their presence. In his view, the Qiao family failed to secure the deal because they failed to present a thorough analysis of its advantages and disadvantages. He doubted their inability to exert control over the situation. Butler Tian had no time for idle talk. With cold and unwavering pride, he conveyed all the necessary information. In conclusion, he spoke icily, surely, you understand this, don't you? If not, you can forget about becoming the primus. I can provide you with a more explicit explanation. Mr. Primus, the path to success lies before you. With a single nod, you can ascend to the top and indulge in a life of luxury. Your family and clan will rise alongside you, evoking jealousy and all. It's a privilege that others can only dream of. Mr. Primus, are you still hesitant? You must carefully contemplate this. It marks a significant divergence. Butler Tian refrained from issuing any direct threats, yet each word carried an ominous undertone. Xiao Yunduan felt an unexpected tranquility within his heart. He possessed his own ambitions and objectives, and he refused to accept such an offer. But he would never have regrets. He could not engage in such immoral, shameless, and dishonorable acts, nor had he ever contemplated leveraging nepotism for personal gain within the government. Even as a first-class official, he wouldn't be able to live a peaceful life in that manner. In this world, there were those who solely pursued profit, and there were those who upheld righteousness and integrity. I will ponder upon it, Xiao Yunduan replied slowly after a moment of silence. Qiao Xian cast a glance at him but remained silent. Butler Tian wore an expression of smug satisfaction. There's no need for you to contemplate, is there? Mr. Primus, I expect a prompt response. Our old master and madam await my answer. Xiao Yunduan replied, I need time to think. Steward Tian stumbled over his words, his irritation evident. He shot a displeased look at Xiao Yunduan and said, Very well, I shall return tomorrow, and I hope Mr. Primus will have a satisfactory answer by then. But Butler Tian remained indifferent to Qiao Xian's demeanor and her willingness to comply. In his view, Qiao Xian had no authority to voice her opinion. She lacked the qualifications to accept such an offer. Xiao Yunduan remained silent. Butler Tian sneered and departed. Qiao Xian turned towards Xiao Yunduan, her expression filled with inquiry. You, listen to me first. Xiao Yunduan placed his hands on Xiao Xian's shoulders and forced a gentle smile. Let's leave the capital. Xiao Xian's eyes widened. I want us to attend the Qiongling banquet the day after tomorrow. If that doesn't work out, we can leave the capital. I refuse to yield, even if I may have regrets. Xiao Xian experienced a surge of complex emotions. It felt as if her internal organs were entangled in a jumble. It was the worst-case scenario they had discussed. However, as the moment drew near, Xiao Xian discovered her heart racing in disarray, and her legs growing weak. Tears welled up in her eyes. You fool, Xiao Yunduan chuckled, gently wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes. He lowered his head and planted a tender kiss on her forehead. With a resolute tone, he said, tomorrow, I will have Songshi discreetly search for a hostel. The day after tomorrow, you will stay at the hostel. It's best if you don't remain here any longer. No one could predict the actions the Tian family might take when they exerted such pressure on them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 971, Out Xiao Xian shook her head and firmly declined. No, there's no need. I will wait for you here. The Tian family won't act recklessly at this moment, with the entire situation blown up and everyone watching. You're not an ordinary person. You hold the position of Primus, and the Tian family won't confront you openly. We shouldn't worry too much. I will wait here for you, and then we'll leave the capital together. You're just being overly concerned. I can handle it. Moreover, Xiao Yunduan would be attending the banquet, and she had no fear of anyone causing trouble. If the Tian family dared to make a move, she wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. Unable to persuade Xiao Xian, Xiao Yunduan tried to convince himself that her reasoning was sound. He was simply overly worried. The next morning, butler Tian returned. He sought Xiao Yunduan for an answer. However, he was unsuccessful as Xiao Yunduan had taken Xiao Xian out for a walk. Only Li Qiao and Li Xia remained at home. Butler Tian sneered. The Primus is in such a carefree mood, going for a stroll. It seems he has already made his choice and is completely unconcerned. He must be consoling Ms. Qiao for her position as the official wife. That must be the case. Butler Tian wasn't particularly pleased. He felt that Xiao Yunduan was excessively indulgent towards Xiao Xian, and if he happened to encounter someone who knew him, they might speak ill of Miss Qiao. He lacked discernment. Butler Tian needed to report this to the old master and madam so they could provide guidance and keep him company, or else it would bring disgrace upon the Tian family. As for Miss Qiao, it seemed that Mr. Primus held affection for her, so they couldn't keep her any longer. When she was sent back to the Qiao family, they could handle her as they pleased. When the Primus and elder Miss were married, they would surely grow fond of each other, and they would no longer remember Miss Qiao. Butler Tian began to contemplate the future. Meanwhile, Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian embarked on a boat trip, enjoyed a lakeside lunch, and went fishing. Luckily, they managed to catch a few fish. For dinner, they found a small restaurant and requested the owner to cook the fish. Alongside 2 home-cooked dishes, they shared a meal together. Only when the sky darkened did they return home, contented. The capital was vast, and regardless of the Tian family's influence, it was impossible to locate 2 individuals amidst the sea of people. Upon their arrival home, butler Tian, who had been waiting for quite some time, grew increasingly irritated, his face darkening. Mr. Primus, you seem to be in quite a good mood. Where have you been? What took you so long? He exclaimed. Xiao Yunduan cast a composed glance at him and smiled. Butler Tian, you certainly carry an air of authority. However, his tone held a hint of reproach. Butler Tian stiffened, realizing that Mr. Primus would soon become his son-in-law. He inwardly sighed, acknowledging his impatience. I was too hasty. Mr. Primus, I seek an answer from you. He glanced disdainfully at Xiao Xian. Xiao Yunduan grasped Xiao Xian's hands and spoke slowly. I am merely a humble boy from the countryside. I am unworthy of elder Miss Tian. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 972, Not Worthy, I Apologize. Butler Tian appeared to have trouble comprehending the words, as he failed to react promptly. What did you say? Say it again. Xiao Yunduan remained silent, gazing calmly at Butler Tian while tightly holding Qiao Xian's hands. Butler Tian's eyes fixated on their intertwined hands, his sneer growing fiercer as his anger intensified. He felt that the Tian family had been humiliated. So, that's your decision? Mr. Primus, have you truly considered it thoroughly? I am unworthy. Butler Tian found the situation to be utterly laughable. Yes, he had never believed Xiao Yunduan was suitable, but it was not his place to make such a decision. Mr. Primus, you may not be foolish, but you have acted foolishly. Unfortunate couples often have regrets. Mr. Primus, do you not think that if you face a miserable life in the future, you will regret your choice today? By then, it will be too late for you to repent. Xiao Yunduan's expression remained unchanged. He smiled faintly. Thank you for the reminder, Butler Tian, but I am not fortunate enough to lead a life like that. He was unaware of what he had traded in for his conscience and social status. At the very least, he couldn't find solace in it. Moreover, he had no intention of abandoning his wife. Good, very good. In that case, Mr. Primus, just wait and see. I hope you can sleep well tonight. Butler Tian sneered and departed without looking back. Xiao Yunduan narrowed his eyes and firmly held Xiao Xian's hands. Don't worry, after tomorrow, we will lay everything bare and depart from the capital. Xiao Xian smiled and nodded in agreement. When Butler Tian returned to the mansion, Tian Shanshan was present at her parents' residence, adamantly refusing to leave. Dad, Mom, this is my marriage. I want to be part of the discussion too, she insisted. Officer Tian and Madame Tian acknowledged her intelligence and independent thinking, so they relented and included her in the conversation. Madame Tian's mood was jubilant as she asked, so, did Xiao Yunduan agree? Tian Shanshan's heart skipped a beat. She lacked the same confidence as her mother. If Xiao Yunduan had agreed, he wouldn't have gone out earlier in the day. She doubted the outcome would be favorable. Her suspicions were soon confirmed. Upon hearing Butler Tian's account, Officer Tian and his wife turned pale. How dare he humiliate the Tian family like this? Unworthy? He knows he is unworthy. What are we waiting for? Officer Tian fumed. He has brought shame upon the Tian family. Old master, do not allow him to remain in the capital. Send him to the most remote and destitute county infested with bandits. Let him serve as a poverty-stricken county magistrate for the remainder of his life. Only then will he comprehend that the Tian family is not to be trifled with, Madame Tian suggested vehemently. Officer Tian remained silent, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. But now was not the opportune moment. Aware of the consequences, Xiao Yunduan knew that as the Primus, if anything were to happen to him on the first day of the banquet, it would infuriate the emperor. However, he also realized that he would become a laughingstock at the upcoming event. Tian Shanshan, consumed by a profound sense of humiliation, rose from her seat and bowed to her parents. Then, without a word, she turned and left. She clenched her fists, her sharp nails digging into her palms. The pain, however, failed to distract her from her seething anger. She had lost. As the direct descendant of the Tian family, the niece of concubine Mei, and the most esteemed lineal daughter in the capital, she had been defeated by a lowly concubine's daughter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 973, Reasonable Tian Shanshan regretted that she did not make the plan earlier. If she had started to work on it when they ran into each other in the pear garden, she could have guaranteed that it would not have turned out like this. Time was running out, and there was little she could do right now to make it happen. She should have known that this handsome man would become the Primus, and she should not have hesitated. Tian Shanshan did not blame Xiao Yunduan. Instead, she liked her even more. She even believed that Xiao Yunduan was the man she was seeking to get. On the contrary, she hated Xiao Xian, whom she had never met before. She was just unreasonable. Tian Shanshan returned to her room and soon changed into a new set of clothes. She was going out. Fu's face changed. "Miss, come with me." Tian Shanshan had always had her own ideas. She threw a look at Fu, who was so frightened that he did not dare to say anything to stop her. Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xian had not expected that Tian Shanshan would come to their door personally so late at night. The two of them were talking about leaving the capital when they heard that someone came to visit them. They did not expect that it was Tian Shanshan and her maid. Xiao Xian already knew who Tian Shanshan was, when she was standing right in front of her. And she could tell that she hated him. Xiao Xian found it strange. She was the one who was thinking about her husband, and before she even started to do anything to her, she started to hate her. Xiao Yunduan was startled. He could tell who this man was. He could not help but feel disgusted. "I am sorry for being presumptuous, but I don't think I will feel at ease if I don't show up like this." Tian Shanshan looked directly at Xiao Yunduan. "I need to speak with you alone. Please." Xiao Yunduan did not go into the room. He nodded at Xiao Xian and walked a few steps away, intending to have a private talk with Tian Shanshan in the yard. Tian Shanshan felt suffocated. She knew that they did not welcome her, and that was the first time she had been unwelcomed since she was born. Fu snorted. "You don't know how to be polite. Don't you know how to invite my miss into the room for a chat? Is that how you treat guests?" Xiao Xian was thinking, "You two girls are here at someone else's home in the middle of the night and you are talking with the host alone? You are definitely not the polite one." Xiao Yunduan ignored what Fu said, as did Xiao Xian. She was not going to avoid that. She was just standing right there. Fu felt a bit embarrassed. She threw a glare at Xiao Xian. "Xiao Xian." She was throwing the look back at Xiao Yunduan. Tian Shanshan was proud and arrogant. She had used up almost all of her courage to come to the door. She was not going to ask Xiao Yunduan to let her in. "You remember me?" Xiao Yunduan nodded. "Yes, I recognize you." For some reason, Tian Shanshan's heart skipped a beat and she felt tears welling up in her eyes. She turned to Xiao Yunduan with a wronged look. "What is wrong with me?" Why, under the moonlight, the girl was standing right in front of him, looking so beautiful and pitiful. But Xiao Yunduan did not feel any pity towards her. What right did she have to ask this question? She knew what the Tian family had done. No matter how pitiful they looked, they could not change the nature of bullying people. "Lady Tian, I am already married." Tian Shanshan sneered and said aggressively, "What if you are not married? Are you willing to marry me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible." You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.